Chapter 272. Since they had confirmed that there was indeed something inside, the five of them started to think about what to do next. Zheng Tan was sweating profusely as he listened to them talk about revenge methods. He felt that these kids who had grown up were much better than him when he was younger. Back then, he had always thought that he was the devil's incarnate, but compared to these guys, he was nothing. Should we tell Mom and Dad about this? Xiong asked uncertainly. Don't. Tell them that we can forget about going out to play in the future, Suen objected. Jiao Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. Why don't we call the police? Xiong asked. Do you still want to hide it from the police? Unless it's anonymous. If it's anonymous, why don't you go? I have a voice changer with me, Suen said. Zheng Tan was speechless. A voice changer? What the hell were these guys doing? Then let's settle it in private. Xiong shook his head. Xiong was a little against calling the police. He had called the police too many times when he was younger, and he was traumatized from kneeling on a washboard. Usually, things like this were not a big deal to Xiong, so he would not call the police easily. What if they harm other people in the future? What about the people who provided them with the things? Jiao Yuan asked. The few of them fell silent. After a while they sighed heavily. Let's teach them a lesson first. We can plan the rest. Lan Tianju scratched his head. After all, they were still kids. There were many things that were not easy to do, and they could not do everything well. They did not plan to tell their parents, teachers, or the police. They even came up with a plan. Zheng Tan did not know how to evaluate these kids anymore. However, when they were coming up with the plan for revenge, Zheng Tan thought that it would be more convenient for him to call the police. Just like what Jiao Yuan said, he could not let those who spread this thing continue to harm other students. In fact, Zheng Tan didn't care about other people, but this time, it involved Jiao Yuan and the others, which made Zheng Tan angry. Hey Suen, I still have a few cartons of milk. My dad bought them at a special price from the supermarket. Do you need me to bring them to you for a quality test? Fu Lei asked before leaving. Have you tried it? Suen asked. I've been drinking for half a month. Are you all right? Nothing happened at all. That's enough. There's no need to test it. Suen said. If you're worried, you can bring a bottle over. Let's come up with an experiment plan first. We'll need to look at the culture of the bacteria. I can't get my hands on an incubator, so you can ask Jiao Yuan for help. You can also test the bacteria directly in the lab, not here. After all, this was a place where they lived. The incubator was only used for convenience and emergencies. It wasn't used often. If they could bring it to the lab, Suen wouldn't do it at home. This time, they had no choice but to do it at home because they couldn't let others know. Yes, I can help with that. I've tested the bacteria in tap water and the cafeteria's soy milk several times. It's more familiar. Jiao Yuan nodded. However, his dad probably wouldn't say anything about it. After leaving Suan's house, Zheng Tan didn't go back directly with Jiao Yuan. Instead, he ran to the grove at the edge of the campus and started texting. He hadn't touched his phone for a few days. When he opened his phone, he saw several messages and missed calls from Luo. After scrolling through them, Zheng Tan was annoyed. Originally, he just wanted to set Zhang Dong up once. Whether or not Zhang Dong stole the 28,000 yuan phone, as long as he kept an eye on him, he would find something wrong. Then he would teach Zhang Dong a lesson. He didn't expect that Zhang Dong really did steal the phone. From Luo's messages, Zheng Tan knew that Zhang Dong had dragged him into a quagmire. Fortunately, his situation was special and he had to be discreet. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble. Zheng Tan didn't want to answer Luo's questions. Thinking about the milk tea powder and Su-An's test results, Zheng Tan wrote a message. He briefly mentioned the milk tea powder and the cleanup operation before the new year. He also mentioned Su-An's test results. He even wrote down the names of the junior high school students that Jiao Yuan had mentioned. He said that it would be faster to solve the case. If he didn't solve this case, Zheng Tan wouldn't feel good. After writing the message, Zheng Tan paused. Logically speaking, it would be best to inform senior brother Walnut directly. Furthermore, he was an acquaintance, and Zheng Tan knew senior brother Walnut's character. He would definitely investigate to the end and clean up everything thoroughly. That way, Zheng Tan would feel more at ease. However, Zheng Tan could not recall senior brother Walnut's phone number. Walnut Sr. couldn't do it. Zheng Tan had a good impression of Luo, so he sent it to him. However, Luo was just a small patrol officer. He was far less capable than Walnut Sr., so he didn't know how this case would turn out. At worst, he could just send Walnut Sr.'s phone number again after he got it. Luo had just returned home and was about to take a shower when he was called by an auntie upstairs to help her move a set of furniture. It was on the 5th floor. After moving up and down, he was so tired that he was covered in sweat. As soon as he stepped into the bathroom, Luo heard the sound of a text message. Ever since the last time the number with 4SAXS had sent him a text message, Luo had changed his phone's text message tone. During non-working hours, the text message tone was set to a more audible ding-ding sound. The number had been turned off for the past few days. Luo and his colleagues all thought that the person had probably changed their number and wouldn't continue using it. Even so, when he heard the text message, Luo immediately walked back to the bedroom and picked up his phone to take a look. The number displayed on the screen made Xiao Luo happy. However, after opening the message, Xiao Luo's face immediately turned serious. The matter mentioned in the message was much more serious than stealing a phone. With his previous experience, Xiao Luo's intuition told him that this matter was real. Luo had been in this line of work for many years. Of course, he could guess the severity of the situation. It was very difficult for a small patrol officer like him to deal with it. There was a saying, "If you have the conditions, do it. If you don't, create the conditions and continue to do it." If he couldn't handle it himself, he could ask for help. Moreover, he knew a few people in the Criminal Investigation Unit and had been in contact with them. For a period of time, in order to effectively prevent and crack down on all kinds of crimes and strengthen the basic infrastructure at the grassroots level, they had contacted the people in the Criminal Investigation Unit. Later, because of a few friends, he gradually became familiar with the two people in the Criminal Investigation Unit. However, they were usually busy and didn't have much time to get together. After thinking it through, Luo opened his address book and dialed a number. After sending the text message, Zheng Tan turned off his phone again and went home to sleep. When Luo called back after talking to someone, he found that the number was turned off again. A few days later, Zheng Tan was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper that he hadn't read for a while. He found that Zhang Dong's matter was mentioned, but his name wasn't directly mentioned. Instead, it was replaced by Zhang. While he was reading, Jiao Yuan and the others came back. Jiao Yuan seemed to be a little excited today. While Jiao Ma was cooking, he turned on the computer and logged into the chatting app to chat with his friends about the topic that they hadn't finished talking about. Zheng Tan jumped onto the table and took a look. He found that the kids were talking about the milk tea powder in the group that they had created. Now there was no need for the five-man plan. The police directly went to the place, raided a few places, and found out the batch of goods that had been leaked. Several junior high school students involved had taken a few days off, but most of the students in the school did not pay attention to it. Jiao Yuan and the others had probably heard about it through some of their own channels, and now they were excitedly chatting in a small group. Zheng Tan nodded in his heart. Luo's team was quite efficient. Zheng Tan didn't continue to watch Jiao Yuan and the others chat. He was about to jump off the table and go to the living room to continue reading the newspaper, when he suddenly saw the phone book next to the landline. He looked at Jiao Yuan. He was busy typing, so Zheng Tan walked over to the phone book. With his back facing Jiao Yuan, he casually bent his paw and flipped open the book. There were many phone numbers, including Air Mao's, Celestine's, Zhao Li's, and even Walnut's personal phone number. Black Charcoal, what are you doing? Jiao Yuan turned his head and asked. Zheng Tan closed the phone book and looked at Jiao Yuan. Jiao Yuan had a look of realization. You are waiting for a call? Then he said with anger and jealousy. You want to go out and play again, right? Oh my god, even cats have a better life than humans. Jiao Yuan had always envied Zheng Tan for being able to go out and play with their Mao and Celestine. Zheng Tan. What a funny kid. But it was true that he hadn't gone out to play in a long time. Air Mao was often caught by his family to go on blind dates. And Celestine was a good husband at home. When Zhang Tan turned on his phone again, he saw a lot of messages. Most of them were from Luo, and the rest were spam messages or messages from carriers. From Xiao Luo's initial inquiry to his subsequent gratitude, Zhang Tan could feel the change in Xiao Luo's mood from these few messages. It seemed that Luo was doing well these few days. Luo was indeed doing well, and he had made a contribution this time. Coincidentally, the higher-ups were planning to use a few positive examples to promote and improve the public's attitude towards them. Luo happened to be one of the positive examples. He had to write a report and summarize the case, cooperate with the station and the bureau's promotion work, deal with the reporters, hold meetings, give out awards, and so on. He was very busy these few days, but he was happy to be busy. Perhaps this case wouldn't attract too much attention, but Luo's life had undergone a huge change. Because not long after, he was transferred to the criminal police unit and became a criminal police officer. Recently, the branch's criminal police unit was short of people, and this incident made Luo stand out. The young man looked dumb, but he wasn't brainless. He was a good person. He had both theoretical knowledge and rich practical experience at the grassroots level. Plus, a few people at the branch spoke up for him. Just like that, Luo was transferred over. The development of the incident was too sudden, and the turn of events was too fast. These changes were beyond Luo's expectations. Not long ago he was still listening to lectures at the food stall, and now he was transferred to become a criminal police officer. Luo had always wanted to be a criminal police officer. Although it might be a little dangerous, Luo was willing to do so, and this could be considered as fulfilling his wish. On the other side, Zhang Tan looked at the caller ID on his phone. It wasn't Luo or teacher Little Bai, but from a carrier. Curious, Zhang Tan answered the call. Then, a pleasant female voice came from the other side. Just by listening to the voice, Zhang Tan gave a good review, but what the other party was talking about made Zhang Tan want to curse. VIP user? It sounded very high-end, but F*** King ID card information. F*** K. Was he supposed to send a cat tag to the other party? Chapter 273. Zhang Tan didn't have an ID card in real life, so he decided to look for his presence on the internet. Zhang Tan had heard that the small celebrities would try to create news about themselves from time to make their presence known. Zhang Tan did not think it was necessary for him to do so. Every now and then, the pet center would release some videos and post them on the forum, and the response was quite good. Zhang Tan thought that he should have some fame now, so the response should be good. Although Zhang Tan usually acted like he didn't care about the videos and commercials he shot, he still liked to browse the forums to see what people said about him. When he saw those praises, Zhang Tan rationally felt that it was not difficult at all, but he couldn't help but feel proud. It felt pretty good. In this day and age, to browse the forums and watch videos, one had to go online and touch the computer. After the Jiaopa came back, Zhang Tan secretly went online. It was too troublesome to use a mobile phone at this time, and many functions were not perfect. It was better to just turn on the computer directly. It had been too long since he touched the computer, and he couldn't use it every day. Zhang Tan was bored, so he took a risk. After that time, Zhang Tan anxiously waited for the Jiaopa to talk to him. He felt that the Jiaopa was someone who even knew which websites the Jiao Yuan visited. Even if he deleted the records, there would always be some traces left. Now the Jiaopa used the computer every day. But after waiting for a few days, the Jiaopa was still the same as usual. He didn't want to talk to Zhang Tan at all. Zhang Tan was relieved. Although he always felt that the Jiaopa should know something, he didn't care. If the Jiaopa didn't say anything, he would continue to play. There was no one at home. Zhang Tan turned on the computer and clicked on a video sharing website. After all, the forum was just a gathering of people in a certain circle who had a common hobby. On the video sharing website, there were people of all ages and industries. This should be a better way to see his influence. In the video website category, there was a new advertisement shot by Zhang Tan last week. The ranking was not bad. It was different from the previous sensational or narrative types. This time it was in a rock and roll style. A certain carbonated beverage company even sponsored it. Zhang Tan felt that the commercial was not bad and that he had shot it well. However, when he looked at the comments below, Zhang Tan was not in a good mood. Below the video, in the comments section where netizens expressed their opinions, first floor, milk tea, melon seeds, cola, peanuts, on the second floor, asking for the number of the avatar above. Third floor, what's the background music? Please tell me. Fourth floor, that big-breasted girl inside looks pretty good. Does anyone know her? Zhang Tan. Suddenly, he wanted to smash the keyboard and give those people the middle finger. Such a big cat was on the stage, yet no one was paying attention to it. They were all looking at the beauties. Almost half of the people on the 10th floor had gone astray. Most of the remaining people's attention was on the hot girl inside. Although Zhang Tan admitted that he had quite a good time working with that girl when he was shooting the commercial, he could not help but feel jealous now. Zhang Tan also suddenly realized that he had been thinking too highly of himself. After all, cats were not humans. At this time, everyone on the internet was scrambling to find their own interests. Who cared about what kind of cat was inside? At most, they would just say a few words and forget about it. The focus was still on the person. Although he felt that if there were not so many people paying attention to him, he would have more freedom. However, when he really faced reality, he could not help but feel unhappy. Since he was unhappy, Zhang Tan planned to find some fun himself. After turning off his phone and going out, Zhang Tan strolled around the school. He wandered to the kindergarten. Zhang Tan had originally planned to go around it, but after thinking about it, he decided to go and see how Zhuo Xiaomao tricked people. At this time, Zhuo Xiaomao's class had just finished their indoor class. A group of children yelled and ran towards the yard where there were slides, inflatable castles, and other things. They were afraid that they would not be able to grab them if they were too slow. Behind them, Teacher Xiao Bai and another teacher were reminding everyone not to run too fast, and to pay attention to their feet. After Zhang Tan looked at Zhuo Xiaomao, who was walking out calmly, his gaze fell on another person sitting in the small yard. On a wooden chair by the side of the small yard where all kinds of fun items were placed, sat a woman that Zhang Tan knew. At this time, the woman was looking at the children in the yard with a gentle gaze. After Zhuo Xiaomao walked out, she mainly looked in Zhuo Xiaomao's direction with a slight smile on her face. People who did not know would think that Zhuo Xiaomao's mother was here. Unfortunately, it was not. This woman was Celestine's wife. According to what Zhang Tan knew from Ermao, Celestine's wife should be more than 4 months pregnant, right? Moreover, it was said that Celestine's wife had been in a traffic accident and was not in good health. Although she tried her best to recuperate over the years, Celestine was still worried. He had been asking people to take good care of her. Other than going to work, Celestine was also at home to accompany her. Why was she here? Did she want to see more children after having children? But she did not have to stare at Zhuo Xiaomao all the time. Teacher Xiao Bai was paying attention to the children. She knew that this person wanted to sit alone, so she did not disturb her. Many teachers who taught elementary schools also required enough peace and patience. Perhaps it was because they felt the peaceful aura of this unfamiliar aunt. The children did not feel restrained or uncomfortable. They continued to play on their own. Some of the bolder and more lively ones even came over to say a few words. Zhuo Xiaomao was pulled over to help put together a dinosaur with toys. Then she walked over to Celestine's wife. "Auntie, why do you keep looking at me? Are you a new teacher?" Although Zhuo Xiaomao could speak a lot, some words were not very clear. People who did not interact with her often needed some time to react. Celestine's wife paused and smiled. "I'm not a new teacher. I'm looking at you because you're very cute." She was just bored at home. Her neighbor was a teacher at Fu Elementary School. When they were chatting, the neighbor mentioned Zhu Yang, Zhuo Xiaomao, who had entered Tsinghua University's kindergarten when he was 2.5 years old, and was doing very well. She came out to take a look. With one look, she had to admit that this child was indeed smart. "Thank you for the compliment," Zhuo Xiaomao replied politely. Then, she was about to leave when she was called to talk for a while. Knowing that the aunt in front of her had a baby, Zhuo Xiaomao looked curiously at her stomach and said, "When I was young, yes, very young. When I was still in my mother's stomach, my mother said that Brother He even hit my palm." Hearing Zhuo Xiaomao mention him, Zhang Tan's ears immediately perked up. Brother He. Celestine's wife didn't quite understand what Zhuo Xiaomao meant by brother He. She just thought that it was someone Zhuo Xiaomao knew. Yes, I heard from an uncle that many people used to think that I would grow very thin and weak. But auntie, look, I'm very strong now. Zhuo Xiaomao rolled up his sleeves and bent his arm to show Celestine's wife his strong muscles. Zheng Tan. This silly child. He weighed so little. What kind of muscles did he have? Strong my ass. That wasn't all. Zhuo Xiaomao extended his arm in front of Celestine's wife. Auntie, if you don't believe me, you can touch it. Is it very strong? Haha, I don't let ordinary people touch it. Zheng Tan. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. He didn't see this little guy scamming people. Instead, he saw how stupid he was. Sigh, even the most intelligent person would make stupid mistakes sometimes. Moreover, he was a little kid. Celestine's wife smiled and reached out to gently pinch the little guy's arm. Then she pinched Zhuo Xiaomao's face. You're indeed a little strong man. Of course, Zhuo Xiaomao's eyes narrowed as she smiled. Just as Zheng Tan was lamenting how this lousy kid could be so stupid, he heard Zhuo Xiaomao say in a very proud tone. My mom said that I can grow so strong because of brother He. Brother He is very good to me. Zhuo Xiaomao took out the pendant she had been wearing. Here, this was also given by brother He. Auntie said that this thing can't be bought even if you have money. Celestine's wife looked carefully at the green plant inside the transparent pendant. She was very surprised. Then she felt that this thing was probably man-made. It shouldn't exist in nature, right? Although she was suspicious, Celestine's wife still smiled and said, Yes, it's very precious. Your brother is very good to you. Of course. Zhuo Xiaomao carefully put the pendant back into her collar. She glanced at Zheng Tan by the wall, and immediately ran over with a smile. Brother He. Brother He. Celestine's wife looked in Zhuo Xiaomao's direction. When she saw the cat on the wall, she was a little surprised. She looked carefully and then asked Teacher Xiaobai, who was not far away. Teacher Xiaobai, is that cat called black charcoal? Yes, it's called black charcoal. The children in the class all call it brother He like Shuiyang. Teacher Xiaobai told her about the black cat. So brother He, is this cat? Celestine's wife thought to herself. Looking at the interaction between the man and the cat, Celestine's wife sat for a while. Then, she got up and prepared to leave. She was able to enter the kindergarten to take a look, because she asked the neighbor for help. This trip was not in vain. Zheng Tan watched as Celestine's wife walked out of the kindergarten. An auntie went up to her. She was probably a nanny or something like that. Then, the two of them left together. Celestine returned home at night. He hugged his wife and kissed her forehead. How did it feel to go out for a walk today? It was fine. Oh right, Celestine. Next time when we invite Senior Walnut and Air Mao over, let's invite Black Charcoal along, Celestine's wife said. Celestine raised his eyebrows. After his wife got pregnant, when he invited Senior Walnut and Air Mao over for dinner, he mentioned that Air Mao should also bring Zheng Tan back. He didn't expect his mother-in-law, who came to visit her daughter, to find out. She scolded Celestine for a long time. Her words were very repulsive towards Zheng Tan. Ever since she found out that her daughter was pregnant, she couldn't wait to get rid of all the potential threats around her. You still want to bring them in? Celestine wasn't in a good mood at that time. If it wasn't for his wife, he would have fallen out with his mother-in-law. He didn't expect his wife to bring it up herself now. Okay, I'll see when Senior Walnut and Air Mao have time to come over for a gathering. Also bring Black Charcoal along. I haven't seen that guy in a long time. Hey, I wonder if he's gotten fatter. Thus, on a sunny Saturday afternoon, Air Mao came over to bring Zheng Tan to Celestine's place for dinner. Chapter 274. Celestine's house was located in a small district not far from Tsinghua University. When Zheng Tan and Air Mao arrived, Celestine was busy in the kitchen. The table was already filled with dishes, and the house was filled with the aroma of food. Yo, Senior Wei, your cooking skills have improved. Air Mao looked at the table full of dishes and said, ever since his wife was pregnant, Celestine had always hired a nanny to cook. Sometimes, when the nanny was not around, he would personally cook. Today, when they gathered together, Celestine did not ask the nanny to come over. Celestine took out a few steamed dishes and placed them on the table. He patted Ermao's head and said, "What are you talking about?" With one look, I can tell that this was ordered by the hotel. Ermao laughed. He could tell that he was just teasing Celestine. Black charcoal, long time no see. Go and find something to play with. Celestine said to Zheng Tan, who was sitting on the sofa, and ran back to the kitchen to take out the dishes. When Zheng Tan heard Celestine's words, why did it feel like he was talking to a child? Senior Walnut arrived half an hour later. When he saw Zheng Tan, he was surprised. He knew that many pregnant women were very afraid of cats. When Toxoplasma gondii was mentioned, their faces would turn pale. Previously, he heard Celestine complain that his wife and mother-in-law were against bringing the black cat over. He did not expect to see the cat here today. Long time no see, black charcoal. They were familiar with Zheng Tan, and Zheng Tan had helped them a few times. Mao and the others did not have as many scruples as the others. When He Tao was peeling peanuts, he helped Zheng Tan peel a few peanuts and put them there. Celestine's wife came out to greet the guests for a while, and was urged to rest by the three of them. They heard that she had gone to the hospital for a series of checkups and was now tired. She should rest more. Anyway, they were familiar with each other, so there was no need to be polite. There were 4 stools beside the table. One of the stools was even raised. It was for Zheng Tan. Sharing a table with a cat, the 3 of them didn't think much of it. This kind of situation was common when they went to the night building, so it wasn't strange. There were only a few of them here, so there weren't many rules. There are a few good newcomers recently. When I came over just now, I saw them having dinner together. I stayed there for a few drinks before coming over. I didn't even dare to drive my car, so I took a taxi. He Tao explained why he was so late. Have you settled the matter? Mao asked. When he left Chuhua City to look for He Tao, he was also involved in that matter. Now that he heard that the goods were leaked, he asked more questions. It's been dealt with. Not too much was leaked. Those people hid it very well. They only dared to take it out after half a year. I didn't expect that someone would report it soon after they took it out. Speaking of which, there's something very interesting about the person who reported this time. He's very mysterious and interesting. Since they were on the same side, there was no need to worry about secrets being leaked. After a few drinks, He Tao's chatterbox also opened up. He talked about the mysterious phone number with 466. Zheng Tan tried his best to pretend that he didn't know anything. His ears perked up as he listened to them talk. However, it seemed that Senior Walnut was quite fond of this mysterious person. Hero thief? There really is such a person, Mao said. But it sounds like this person is quite capable. But I've been in Chuhua City for so long, and I've never heard of such a person. That's called hiding your strength. Celestine was also quite curious. When the time comes, if you find out who this person is, let us know. I want to see what kind of person this new era Chuliuxiang and domestic version of Spider-Man is. Zheng Tan ate the shrimp silently at the side. He didn't raise his head to look at them. He felt guilty, and the 3 sitting there were all smart people. He was afraid that he would expose himself. It seemed that he had to be more careful when using that account in the future. It was rare for the topic at the table to change. Zheng Tan raised his head. He didn't need to take the food himself. The 3 put a bit of everything on Zheng Tan's plate, except for the chicken, but that Mao took. Zheng Tan threw that back. Mao is now mingling well in the circle of young people in Chuhua City. I always hear people talking about you. Didn't I hear someone call you second brother? When I met you a while ago? You're already a brother. He Tao laughed. If not second brother, should I call him second senior brother? Mao curled his lips. Now that he had interacted with a lot of people for a long time, naturally some of them knew Mao's identity. They didn't dare to look at him based on his clothes. Who would have thought that this guy who looked like a loser would have such a strong background? When they met, they would smile and call Mao second brother. At first, Mao wasn't used to it, but after hearing so much he let them be. Right, Mao, I heard that you quarreled with a blind date a while ago? Celestine asked. Zheng Tan looked at Mao. He liked to listen to gossip like this. Yeah, Mao said carelessly. At first I thought she was okay. Her looks, figure, education, and personality were all good. She also liked cats and was a judge at some famous cat shows. However, when I talked to her, she always talked about some famous cats. She said that only Dragon Li and Lin Qing Chauvinist were good cats in China. From what she said, it seemed that other cats were not good enough. I was unhappy at that time. Hey, how is my black rice inferior to the fat Dragon Li downstairs? Zheng Tan was speechless. De Pang, who lived downstairs in the courtyard, was unjustly implicated. It's like she likes to wear international brands, and I like to wear clothes that I like. I don't care if it's branded or not. You can't force me to put on clothes that don't match my style, can you? Mao argued. So you got mad at her? He Tao felt that Mao was making a mountain out of a molehill. You don't have to get mad at the girl. If you do that, when will the blind date be successful? Celestine also scolded. Zheng Tan thought to himself that Mao was probably the only one who would compare a cat to a piece of clothing. Then what are you going to do now? Do you continue the blind date if it fails? He Tao asked. Mao's face was full of smiles. Who said I failed? I'm getting along well with Gongqin. He Tao and Celestine were speechless. What kind of pot was it? One of them had cat paw prints on his arm all year round, and the two of them could play in a 70-square-meter house for an entire afternoon. The other one was yelled at by Mao, but didn't get slapped in the face. Instead, she forgave him, apologized, and continued to get along with him. Two masochists. He Tao looked at Celestine. Are all cat owners like this? Probably. Zheng Tan didn't think about the personality of cat owners. He was thinking that the name Gongqin sounded familiar. After thinking for a while, he remembered that there was a female judge named Gongqin at the cat show. Could it be her? Right, I almost forgot. Yi Hao's Triumph is about to open. I have a private room there. Mao, you and Black Charcoal's private rooms have already been prepared. Our private rooms are next to each other. When the time comes, Yi Hao will have someone send the cards directly to you. As for Senior's room, you have a special identity. It's better if you don't go to that kind of place. Hey, so I don't have to go too far in the future. Although Triumph is not as stylish as Night Building, it's still okay to treat people to a meal, drink, and have fun. Black Charcoal, let's go take a look at it before it opens. If there's anything inappropriate, let's tell them in advance and let them rest. Mao rubbed his hands and kicked Zheng Tan's stool. The Triumph that Celestine mentioned was actually a clubhouse that Yi Hao and the others had built at the newly built Hengwu Commercial Plaza near Tsinghua University. After Triumph was built, Zheng Tan would have a place to play. Even without a driver, he could walk there by himself. Therefore, when he heard the news, Zheng Tan was very happy. Triumph opened at the beginning of October. At that time, the Hengwu Commercial Plaza was basically completed. All the roads had already been opened to traffic, and the flow of people and vehicles had skyrocketed. During the National Day holiday, the Hengwu Commercial Plaza also held an event. In addition to the people in the vicinity, students from the nearby universities also flocked there. For a time, the popularity of the place surpassed that of the Central Plaza. The Central Plaza was filled with uncles and aunties, while the Hengwu Commercial Plaza was filled with young people and students. The styles of both sides were beginning to show. It was obvious that both sides had plans for development. Before this, Mao and Zheng Tan had gone to see their own private rooms. Yi Hao didn't have time, and Ranqi was afraid of Zheng Tan, so it was Leopard who personally led them to see it. The layout was similar to that of the Night Building, but there was no division of north, south, east, and west. Also, there weren't many internationally famous bands playing there. In fact, the styles of those internationally famous bands with some history weren't accepted by many students nowadays. To them, those bands had never been heard of in the country. Even if they had heard of them, they wouldn't buy it. In order to promote the opening, Triumph invited several well-known bands in the mainland. This kind of well-known talent was more attractive, and among them was Ajin's band. Speaking of Ajin, they were no longer the small band they were 2 years ago. After participating in several elective competitions, they were gradually being sought after by some young people through packaging, promotion, and the operation of an experienced team. This time, some university students came for Ajin's band. The people of Tsinghua University's Guitar Association received 10 free coupons from Ajin, and the seating area was not bad. Those students didn't expect that the external aid they accidentally invited would reach such heights today. Now, the school's Guitar Association didn't even need to advertise to recruit new members, and all kinds of people volunteered to sacrifice themselves for the band. The opening ceremony of Triumph started at 7 o'clock in the evening. Zheng Tan finished dinner at 5 o'clock, and was dragged over by Air Mao. After arriving, Air Mao carried a pet bag filled with black rice, and took Gong Qin to his exclusive private room to spend their time together. As for Zheng Tan, he was bored here alone. After rolling around on the sofa, he decided to go out for a walk. It was too lonely to be here alone. The people in the corridor had been briefed. Moreover, the people selected by Yi Hao weren't ignorant and inexperienced. When Zheng Tan walked in front of them, they didn't put on unnecessary, unpleasant expressions. After coming out of Triumph, Zheng Tan didn't walk far before he saw several familiar figures. It was the 5 boys of Jiao Yuan. During the National Day holiday, the Jiao family didn't go far. Jiao Pa was still busy and couldn't leave. The other 3 members of the Jiao family continued to stay at home. The others probably didn't have any plans tonight, so they gathered around Hengwu Plaza to stroll around and watch the fun. Children at this age were energetic and full of curiosity. However, at this time there were other people around Jiao Yuan and the other 4. It seemed that the 2 sides didn't get along well. Chapter 275. Zheng Tan had once heard Jiao Yuan complain about a few things in school. Jiao Yuan's class and Class 5 were at odds with each other. From the sports meet to the basketball competition, to the end of semester evaluation, from the top students to the bottom, everyone knew that one shouldn't talk about how good Class 5 was in Class 1, nor should they talk about how awesome Class 1 was in Class 5. Even if you really thought that Class 1 was good, you still had to hold it in. Otherwise, it would cause public outrage. And one of the reasons for this was because of the 2 class teachers. The 2 teachers had been at loggerheads for a long time. Usually, when they held class meetings to talk about negative examples, Class 5's teacher would always bring up Class 1's. Back in the 1st grade, Fu Lei was still the Lone Ranger, who was at the bottom of the class. He was often criticized by Class 5's teacher as an example. In private, Class 5's teacher even said that Fu Lei was a stinky piece of dog shit. Because of this, Fu Lei had always held a grudge against him. As for the 2 classes' outstanding examples, they wouldn't talk about them as much as possible. But once you made a mistake, there would be no room for discussion. The ones who would criticize Jiao Yuan and the other high school teachers' children the most were those from Class 5. The students from the other classes were just waiting to watch a good show. In every grade, there was competition between classes. If Class 1 and Class 5 were to fight fiercely, they would just watch from the sidelines. There was no need for them to get involved. Those 2 were not to be trifled with. What's wrong? What are you doing here, obedient children? A boy who was about the same age as Jiao Yuan said arrogantly. There were quite a few students from Class 5. Even if they weren't from Class 5, they could be from other classes. They were all about the same age, so in Zheng Tan's eyes, they were still very young. You haven't been in here before, right? The boy pointed at the Triumph behind him and taunted Jiao Yuan and the others. He seemed to be mocking Jiao Yuan and the others for being ignorant. Come to think of it, you're all obedient children. Karaoke, dance hall, bar, game room. Which one of you dare to go? Jiao Yuan and the others were silent. In fact, they had been to all of these places before. It was just that they didn't want to say it out loud. Wouldn't that be courting death? If he went back, he would be scolded. They were not like the people in front of him, who flaunted their rebellious deeds as a halo. According to the relevant laws and regulations of the country, some commercial entertainment establishments are not suitable for minors to enter. In some places, this is a ban, Jiao Yuan said confidently without changing his expression. Suan and the others glanced at Jiao Yuan and continued to remain silent. They definitely didn't feel guilty. When they heard what Jiao Yuan said, they all burst into laughter. It was as if Jiao Yuan had said something funny. They all looked down on Jiao Yuan and the others, thinking that Jiao Yuan and the others were cowards. Xiong was about to retaliate when he was pulled back by Lan Tianju. There's no need to waste time talking nonsense with these lunatics. Let's go check out other places. Xiong thought for a moment and agreed. Their time here was limited. If they returned late, they would definitely be punished according to the family rules. Moreover, if they got into a conflict here, a simple investigation would reveal the cause. Even if they weren't the ones looking for trouble, once their families found out, they could forget about coming here to play in the future. There was no need to accompany these idiots in their nonsense. Jiao Yuan and the others had just taken a step when they were blocked by the people in front of them. The person who spoke just now was about to step forward and say something, but Fu Lei pushed Jiao Yuan and Suan back and warmed up his fists. He glared at the person in front of him with an unfriendly expression. When the person saw Fu Lei approaching, he hurriedly took a few steps back. He knew that Fu Lei was good at fighting. When he was in the first grade, he had beaten up the third grade students. He didn't want to be beaten up, but if he retreated too quickly, it would make him look like he was afraid of Fu Lei and lose face among his friends. Before he could say anything, he heard a voice behind him. "Aya, aren't you the 5 tyrants of Class 1? When they heard this voice, Jiao Yuan and the others' expressions changed. The people in Class 5 were easy to deal with, but this person, he didn't come with good intentions. The people in Class 5 didn't charge forward and immediately retreated. A few of them even wanted to sneak away. They didn't dare to offend this person. Some time ago, they heard that these people were either expelled or transferred to another school for unknown reasons. They didn't expect to meet this person here. They didn't look at the almanac before they left the house today. Their luck was really bad. Zheng Tan, who had been observing the situation from the side, saw the people who were dressed very maturely. They didn't look easy to deal with. The people in front of him tried their best to act arrogant, but they still looked like students. However, these people seemed like they were already in the underworld. Even though they looked very young, their clothes made them look older. The people next to them were slightly older. They were probably from a nearby high school, or were already in the underworld. The person who spoke just now threw the cigarette in his mouth on the ground, and crushed it with his foot. He looked at Jiao Yuan and the others with a gloomy expression. "Good, I want to have a good chat with you guys too." After these people appeared, Zheng Tan could clearly feel Jiao Yuan and the others' nervousness. Even Fu Lei, who was always fearless and had the biggest fist, looked very serious. Listening to the rest of their conversation, Zheng Tan deduced that these people were related to the milk tea fan incident from a while ago. When Fu Lei called out the name of the leader, Zheng Tan remembered that this person was in the message he sent to Luo. He heard from Jiao Yuan that this person was the most difficult to deal with among the people who gave them the milk tea powder. He was said to be in the underworld. After the incident, the school said that he was expelled, but in fact it was more serious. He was detained and a few of them were sent to re-education. However, since this person was able to stand here, he must have some tricks up his sleeves. From what this person said, he felt that he almost got himself into trouble. Jiao Yuan and the others were the ones who helped him. How could he let this go? Just as a fight was about to break out, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Sorry to disturb you, but if you want to communicate, please don't do it here." The words were very polite, but the voice carried a strong sense of warning, and it was not to be refused. Zheng Tan looked over and saw that the person was wearing Triumph's security uniform. Because Triumph had strict requirements for their personnel's appearance, even a security guard looked quite dignified. What's more, these people were originally selected and trained by Yi Hao, so they didn't care about this kind of high school kids' tricks. Since they'd recently opened for business, these brats couldn't fight here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for their reputation. If they got into a fight today, people would talk about how bad the security around Victoria's return was tomorrow. If that happened, they'd lose their jobs. Boss Yi didn't give them such a high salary just to be a bystander. These hot-headed brats, who loved to cause trouble for no reason, ran over here to play. Weren't they just causing trouble for them? The person who was very arrogant just a moment ago shrank back when he saw the security guard's eyes. Then he saw the Triumph badge on his chest and hurriedly handed him a cigarette. He said with a smile, "I'm really sorry, we'll leave now." Normally, he could throw his weight around and claim to be a member of the underworld, but that was only among the students who didn't understand anything. He didn't have the guts to face the people from Victorious Return. He knew full well just what kind of people were behind Victorious Return. The security guard raised his hand to block the cigarette, and looked at the person who handed him the cigarette with a professional smile. "Thank you for your cooperation." Although the security guard was smiling, the person who handed him the cigarette was sweating profusely. The hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. He felt that in front of this person, he didn't have the courage to raise his head. No matter how he looked at the security guard's smile, he felt a chill in his heart. However, that person didn't intend to let Jiao Yuan and the others off so easily. He signaled a few of his companions to keep an eye on Jiao Yuan and the others, then changed to another place to have a good chat. Jiao Yuan was thinking about how to get away when he suddenly felt a push from behind and a weight on his shoulder. "Oh my God! Black charcoal, what are you doing here?" Jiao Yuan was too engrossed in his thoughts just now. Being startled by Zheng Tan, he almost lost his balance and fell. The surrounding people all had different reactions to Zheng Tan's sudden appearance. No matter what they thought, Zheng Tan didn't care. Instead, he looked directly at the Triumph security guard who was about to turn around and leave to continue his patrol. The security guard felt that the sudden appearance of a cat was quite interesting. However, when he saw the round tag hanging from the cat's neck, he was startled and said, "Wait a minute." The several people who were about to move paused and looked at the security guard in confusion. After the security guard walked closer, his gaze swept over Zheng Tan and paused for a moment on the round tag. Then he said to Jiao Yuan and the others, "These children, please come with me." After all, he had been around for many years, so he could see the situation with a single glance. Therefore, he didn't need Jiao Yuan and the others to explain in detail. The security guard knew that if he didn't do anything, these seemingly well-behaved kids would suffer a great loss. Jiao Yuan and the others actually didn't like being called children, but this wasn't the time to be calculative. Although they were puzzled, following the security guard was better than being forced to leave by these people who obviously had bad intentions. Zheng Tan didn't need the security guard to say anything. He directly led the way, and Jiao Yuan followed behind Zheng Tan. Suen and the others looked at each other and followed. "What do we do now?" one of the people who stayed behind asked. "What else can we do?" another person said as he pointed at the Triumph security guard. "Can you enter the VIP door?" No. Even if they didn't want to, they didn't dare to enter. Zheng Tan directly led Jiao Yuan and the others through the VIP entrance. As for the security guard, he had already contacted the person in charge of VIP customers. After confirming that the round tag Zheng Tan was wearing was a genuine Triumph VIP card, he immediately contacted Leopard. Leopard was in the middle of entertaining several potential customers. When he received the call, he didn't think it was important and just sent his subordinates to deal with it. However, he didn't expect it to be about Zheng Tan. Since it involved this extremely special VIP customer, Leopard could only go in person. As it had just opened, in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Leopard didn't let Jiao Yuan and the others, who were obviously underage, stay inside for a long time. Instead, he sent people to send them back to Tsinghua University. On the way back to Tsinghua University, Lan Tianzhu laughed and joked, "Jiao Yuan, people go there by card, but you're going there by cat card. What VIP? Jiao Yuan." Haha. Chapter 276. Feng Baijin originally planned to play games at home tonight, but when he got home he found that his gaming laptop had been pulled off the table by Huzi, who was playing with the internet cable. After raising the kitten for a month, the originally thin and underdeveloped kitten was now as big as a balloon. It was strong and lively. When it was at home, it seemed to have inexhaustible energy. Feng Baijin's computer was connected to an internet cable. Huzi pulled the internet cable and played a swing. The nearly 20,000 renminbi laptop casually placed on the table was destroyed just like that. There was a problem with the computer. Aunt Lee said to throw it away and replace it with a new one. Nowadays, the electronics industry was changing with each passing day, and all kinds of upgrades were needed to replace it with a new one. But Feng Baijin didn't want to part with it, so he rode his bicycle to the computer repair shop. In any case, he only used this computer to play games and had no other secrets, so he wasn't afraid of his information being stolen. At the computer repair shop near the school, Feng Baijin bumped into a classmate. Seeing that he didn't have any plans for the evening, the classmate directly invited him to Triumph for a drink. There were 5 people drinking here earlier, but when Zheng Tan bumped into Feng Baijin, the other 3 were preparing to go down to the venue to watch the performance. They wanted to see if they could bump into any girls along the way. That way, their night would be meaningful. Feng Baijin wasn't interested in the performance downstairs. He only came out to use the restroom. The restroom in the private room was occupied by the person with a stomach full of bitterness. He didn't want to rob him, so he came out to get some fresh air. He didn't expect to bump into Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan looked at Feng Baijin's clothes. There were several suspicious small black footprints on the clothes, which looked like cat paws. While Zheng Tan was looking at Feng Baijin was also looking at him. Feng Baijin wasn't sure that the cat at the stairs was the one he knew. After all, there were more than one black cat that looked like this, not to mention that they were in the VIP area of Triumph. Therefore, Feng Baijin didn't immediately recognize Zheng Tan. After thinking for a while, he tentatively called out, "Black charcoal?" Zheng Tan looked at him, as if he was looking at an idiot. "Damn, it really is you." They could look the same, but the look in their eyes couldn't be fake. Feng Baijin had met this black cat that looked at him with this kind of look. "Why are you here? Professor Jiao is here?" Feng Baijin asked a few questions, but Zheng Tan couldn't answer. Feng Baijin could not stay there any longer. He glanced at Zheng Tan before heading to his classmate's room. Zheng Tan followed and prepared to watch the show. Anyway, he was bored alone in the private room. Moreover, he might witness a live show that was not suitable for children. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan was disappointed. In the private room, there was only a young man about the same age as Feng Baijin. In the small private room, he could see everything at a glance. There was not even a single girl. What the hell was he playing with? Was he drinking to drown his sorrows? Before entering the private room, Feng Baijin found a waiter and told him to come over if anyone was looking for a cat. The waiter looked at Zheng Tan, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He then nodded at Feng Baijin with a professional smile. In fact, he had already started complaining in his heart. They couldn't do anything about it. There was no other way. The big boss had said that as long as this cat didn't cause any trouble, it could do whatever it wanted. Zheng Tan followed Feng Baijin into the private room. He knew that this private room was not as good as the one he, Mao, and Celestine had, because there was no private room here. It was only reserved for VIP customers, and they couldn't see the live show below. In short, for Zheng Tan, this was just a place to chat, drink, and do things that were not suitable for children. However, it was quiet and had good privacy. Listening to the conversation between Feng Baijin and the man named Yang Po who was drinking, Zheng Tan found out that Yang Po's girlfriend had already gone downstairs to watch the show with her best friend. Only a few of them were drinking upstairs. Now only Yang Po and Feng Baijin were left. Zheng Tan couldn't watch the live show today. "Hey Baijin, where did you find this cat?" Yang Po asked when he saw the black cat walk in. "It's from the landlord's house. I think it came here to play. Someone should come looking for it later," Feng Baijin said. Because of Yang Po's mood, he didn't pay much attention to Zheng Tan. As for the card hanging around Zheng Tan's neck, very few people outside of Victorious Return would recognize it. From the waiters inside to the security guards outside of Victorious Return, they all had a booklet in their hands. On it was a list of all kinds of VIP cards. If they couldn't remember them, then they didn't need to work here. In this era, those who only had a good physique and a good appearance without a good brain would have long since been squeezed out. Since they didn't recognize the card, Feng Baijin and Yang Po only thought that Zheng Tan was carrying a common cat card. Zheng Tan jumped onto an empty armchair and sat there to listen to the conversation between the two. Although it was said that they were drinking and chatting, in fact it was mainly Yang Po who was venting his frustrations. After listening to a few sentences, Zheng Tan could imagine how things would develop and how things would end. People who could get a private room to drink in Victorious Return, even if their background couldn't compare to Mao's, were definitely abundant. As for this Yang Po, because his father had other women outside, And now he even had an illegitimate son. He was looking for people to investigate more evidence. Today he was in a bad mood, so he grabbed a few friends to come to Victoria's return to squander money. In the end, he found that there were many people who were more arrogant than him. There were rich people, people with backgrounds, and a lot of young people with both. To sum it up, today he was pretentious but got stepped on, flaunting his wealth but got flaunted. This made Young Pa even more unhappy. It was no wonder that he was wasting bottles of high-end wine like plain water. Zheng Tan looked at him and guessed that this person was imitating those heroes he saw on TV. He directly took a bottle and drank from it. More than half of the bottle directly spilled out from his mouth. How sad would he have to be to do such a stupid thing? After wasting another bottle of wine, Yang Pa heavily placed the empty bottle on the coffee table. After a moment of deep thought, he raised his head and asked Feng Baijin with a serious face. Baijin, although it's rare for a well-off family like yours to be in a situation like mine, I want to ask you something. Zheng Tan. A well-off family. If Feng Baijin's family was called a well-off family, then the country would have long since entered the ranks of superpowers. It seemed that this Yang Pa didn't understand Feng Baijin's family situation. Or it could be said that Feng Baijin was usually too low-key. Yang Pa felt that he was being quite tactful and didn't feel that he had said anything wrong. Feng Baijin didn't care about the wrong way of calling his name and the inappropriate choice of words. Instead he said, "Ask away." Yang Pa let out a long sigh. Baijin, tell me, when you're in your 50s or 60s, your hair is almost gone, your stomach can fit another person, and your face is starting to grow freckles, when you're drinking at a hotel bar, and suddenly a beautiful woman less than half your age approaches you with a hotel room key, what's the first thing you think of? Or, what's the first thing you say to her? How much? Feng Baijin asked seriously. Yang Pa gave him a thumbs up, then lowered his head and punched the air twice with his fist. When he raised his head, he sounded a little hysterical. Yes. Yes. Ah. Obviously, this woman is either special service or has bad intentions. Tell me, why would my old man think that she fell in love with him at first sight? He fell into her trap and deserved to be cheated. He's as stupid as a pig. After a pause he added, fortunately, I didn't inherit his incomplete IQ. Zheng Tan was speechless. Yang Pa had too much to drink. Perhaps he felt that Feng Baijin was the only one who could listen to him rant, so he ranted to his heart's content and criticized his father's crimes. Feng Baijin could only listen and didn't say much. Even when Yang Pa asked him to join in the scolding, he didn't say a word. Yang Pa could scold his father, but that was between him and his father. As an outsider, it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything. While Yang Pa was scolding his father, the phone on the coffee table rang. Your phone? Feng Baijin pointed at the coffee table. Yang Pa was in the middle of scolding and didn't even look at the phone. He waved his hand and said, wait for me to finish. Zheng Tan could see the caller ID on Yang Pa's phone from the sofa. Jingui? Zheng Tan looked at the name displayed on the screen and searched his memory. He remembered that Lu Ba had mentioned this name when she was talking to someone on the phone. At that time he felt that this name was quite unique, so he had a deeper impression of it. As for whether Jin Gui and Lu Ba were the same person, Zheng Tan didn't know. However, Jin Gui seemed to be a private investigator like Lu Ba. According to Yang Po's words, he had hired someone to spy on his father and the people outside. Thinking about it, it was possible that they were the same person. The phone rang and stopped, then rang again. By the time Yang Pa finished speaking and looked at his phone, it was already the third call. When Yang Pa saw the caller ID, he immediately picked up the phone and glanced at Feng Baijin. He didn't go to the bathroom to make the call, and just sat on the sofa. However, after listening to a few sentences, the expression on his face became worse. Okay, I'll pay more. Do as you see fit. I'll just wait for the results. After the call, Yang Pa slammed the phone on the coffee table. Damn it. Feng Baijin knew at first glance that things weren't going well. He wasn't stupid enough to ask. Seeing that it was getting late, Zheng Tan left their private room and walked out of triumph. He didn't plan to go back immediately. He wanted to go out for a run. Zheng Tan found an exciting exercise to do, which was leaping over roofs and vaulting over walls. It was an exaggeration to call it leaping over roofs and vaulting over walls, but with a cat's body structure and jumping reflexes, as long as he found a suitable place, he could perform leaping over roofs and vaulting over walls. The place Zheng Tan chose was some of the houses around the old residential community. There weren't many people there at night. It was much quieter than here, where the lights were brilliant and people were coming and going. The distance between the buildings wasn't too far. Zheng Tan wasn't afraid of falling down after running on the roofs of the buildings there. At first, he was a little timid, but after getting used to it, he became bolder and felt that running was quite exciting. Under the curtain of night, the scattered lights in the community didn't allow people to notice what was going on upstairs. After running one lap, Zheng Tan felt refreshed. He walked along the dark path in the community. As he walked, Zheng Tan heard a familiar voice. He had heard this voice more than an hour ago. Chapter 277. In his heart, Zheng Tan had already blacklisted this kid. Since he had bumped into him, Zheng Tan did not intend to let him go so easily. Besides, this kind of night was suitable for beating people up. When Zheng Tan went over, the man was making a call at a public telephone on the side of the road. He was different from when Zheng Tan saw him at Hengwu Plaza. Now the man was dressed differently. He was wearing very ordinary jeans, neither too unconventional nor too fashionable, and an ordinary hoodie. When he was on the phone, his voice was suppressed, as if he was talking about something that could not be exposed. While he was talking, his eyes would occasionally pay attention to the surrounding movements. If he noticed someone walking past, he would pause for a moment and wait for the passerby to leave before continuing. Fortunately, there were not many people walking on this side of the road at this time. Occasionally, there would be people riding electric scooters, so it did not delay the phone call. Zheng Tan stood on the wall next to the road. The streetlights could not reach him there. In addition, because of the color of Zheng Tan's fur, it was difficult to notice him. Besides, at this time, no one would pay special attention to anything on the wall. After listening carefully for a while, Zheng Tan speculated that the man had reached an agreement with someone and was going to do something. As for what it was, he did not know. He could not hear the voice on the phone, and Zheng Tan did not listen for long before the man hung up. Something was strange. This made Zheng Tan, who had planned to sneak around in the dark, change his mind. He wanted to see what the kid was going to do. After the call ended, the man stood by the public telephone in a daze for a while. He looked at the sports watch on his wrist, and then walked toward the intersection. There was some irritation and anxiety in his steps, as if he was worried about something. Zheng Tan followed him on the wall, and watched as the man walked out of the intersection, and bought 2 cans of beer from a small shop that was about to close. Then he returned to the side of the road and leaned against the wall to drink beer. He stood between the intersection of 2 streetlights, and his figure was a little blurry. Drinking could boost one's courage. For some people, it could even have a calming effect. Zheng Tan watched as the man finished the 2 cans of beer and leaned against the wall. He put his hands in his pockets and slammed his back against the wall. He didn't use much strength, but it seemed that this method could relieve the frustration in his heart. The person who was banging his back against the wall was only paying attention to whether there was anyone at the intersection. Perhaps he had something on his mind, but he did not notice that someone was staring at him from the wall not far away. The irritation in his heart made him want to smoke that thing. Unfortunately, because of the thorough police investigation last time, he was a little timid, so he usually did not bring those things with him. He searched his pockets and trousers, only to find half a pack of cigarettes. He took them out, lit them up, and leaned against the wall to smoke one cigarette after another. He smoked a lot and almost choked because he was too focused on his thoughts. He took a few deep breaths and waved his fist as if to encourage himself. Wealth comes from danger. Thinking of the benefits that the other party had promised, the fear in his heart dissipated a little. After this, he would not have to worry about not having a car and a beautiful woman. Zheng Tan saw that the man seemed to have made up his mind. He did not continue to lean against the wall and smoke. He raised his wrist to look at the time, and threw the remaining half of the cigarette on the ground. He pulled up his hood and put his hands in his pockets. His back was slightly hunched as he walked towards the intersection. Zheng Tan saw this and knew that the man was going to do something bad, so he quickly followed him. The man was familiar with the place and the intersecting paths. Just as Zheng Tan was trying to figure out what the man was up to, he saw the man pick up his pace and head towards one of the paths. He waited at the junction, and about 3 to 4 minutes later, a slightly rotund man about 1.7 meters tall with a pair of metal-framed glasses and a briefcase walked past him. He looked like a normal office worker. When the young man saw the passerby, he immediately rushed over. A cold light flashed in his hand as he stabbed the man. Zheng Tan, who was standing on the wall, was stunned. He did not expect the man, who was only 2 years older than Jiao Yuan, to have the guts to do such a thing. He originally thought that the young man was only going to rob some unlucky guy and extort money. However, Zheng Tan had underestimated this person, and was obviously going to kill him directly. The man who was attacked also reacted. When the man rushed over, he realized that something was wrong and instinctively dodged. However, he still hurt his side of his waist. If it were any other time, he would have a better chance of dodging or even counterattacking successfully. However, he had been drinking for the past few nights and his reaction time had decreased a lot. Just now, the man stabbed him and hit him hard, causing the back of his head to hit the wall. Now he was a little dizzy. He could see that the man was unfamiliar with the technique and was not decisive. He thought that the man was also a little timid and conflicted. However, after the first stab, the hesitation and conflict disappeared. The second stab was obviously more decisive. The man who was attacked saw this and knew that he was in trouble. Just as he thought that he would not be able to get away with it today, the man holding the knife seemed to have been kicked hard and staggered to the side. This moment was enough for the man who was attacked to find a chance to counterattack. Even if he was not in a good state, he was experienced and reacted calmly. After being kicked, the man with the knife realized that there were still people around. In addition, it was obvious that he did not have a chance in the current situation. So he took the knife and ran away. Seeing that the attacker had left, the man who was attacked stood in place and leaned against the wall, vigilantly looking around. He looked around and found that there was no one nearby. The attacker with the knife had fled. Who helped him just now? Although it was easy to make money in this line of work, it was also risky. It was not the first time that he had been attacked, and injuries were common. However, he thought that the order he took this time was relatively simple. He did not expect that the more he investigated, the more he felt that something was wrong. Today, he talked to the employer about increasing the price. Now it seemed that the increase was too low. Zheng Tan hid on the balcony of the second floor of a small building not far away. He watched the man holding the side of his waist with one hand, and taking out the phone from his pocket with the other. Hello Liuba, this is Jin Gui. Are you in Chuhua City? Yes, I have a problem here. If you are free, can you help me? The man said. This guy is Jin Gui? Zheng Tan was surprised. Wasn't this man helping Yang Po investigate something? How did he get stabbed here? Thinking of Yang Po's face after the last phone call in triumph, Zheng Tan guessed that something had happened, and it had become more difficult. He could tell just by looking at Jin Gui. I can guess who ordered it, but I have to find the guy who did it. Jin Gui looked at the hand that was holding the side of his waist with blood and cursed. Damn it! After hanging up the phone, Jin Gui walked in the direction that the attacker had fled. Seeing so many forks in the road and the fact that he had just been stabbed, he was not in the mood to continue chasing. He quickly left the place. At that time, Jin Gui did not see the attacker clearly. Moreover, the street lights were not very bright at that time. The attacker was wearing a hood, and there was a large shadow on his face. He could not see clearly. He only knew that it was a young man, but he could not accurately determine his age. He could only speculate further based on the attacker's general figure, and the strong smell of alcohol and cigarettes on his body. However, this was also limited. Although Asians did not look as old as Europeans and Americans, and there was a clear difference between domestic and foreign high school students, that was only the majority of examples. There were also exceptions. The kid that was blacklisted by Zheng Tan was one of them. Although he was a third-year student, he was now expelled. Even if he looked a little immature, no one would doubt that he was 18 or 19 years old. It was hard for Jin Gui to imagine that the attacker was a third-year kid. Zheng Tan looked at Jin Gui, who was still calm. There was probably no fatal injury, and the injury was not serious. After Jin Gui left, Zheng Tan continued in the direction that the kid had just left. There were several forks in the road ahead. Jin Gui might not know which way the attacker had left, but Zheng Tan could. Jin Gui could not smell the residual smell in the air, but Zheng Tan could easily. Following the smell, Zheng Tan stopped at a corner, sniffed carefully, and then walked over. There was a garbage dump over there. All kinds of smells mixed together, but Zheng Tan could still distinguish a trace of fresh blood. Although Jin Gui's injury was not serious, he was still bleeding. The knife was stained with blood. When Zheng Tan went over, he saw a hooded sweater thrown in the garbage dump. In addition to the sweater, Zheng Tan found the bloodstained knife and the watch that the kid had worn. The watch's strap also had a little blood stain. The kid probably felt that it was an eyesore and directly threw the watch away. Looking around to make sure there was no one around, Zheng Tan used the sweater to wrap up the knife and watch. Then, she hid the sweater in a shed built by an old residential building. It looked like no one had entered it for a long time, so no one would discover it for the time being. Zheng Tan did not know how long it would take for Jin Gui to find out the identity of the attacker. He hid the evidence first. Every day, garbage trucks would pass by. If he threw the evidence into the garbage dump, it would be gone in the morning. After rummaging through the garbage dump, Zheng Tan could still smell the garbage on his body when he returned home. Some unknown liquid from the garbage was stuck to his limbs. He was afraid that if he went home like this, Jiao Ma would nag him again. 2 days ago, Jiao Ma said that some people's cats like to fight with stray cats over garbage cans. She told Zheng Tan not to follow suit. When he passed by the community, Zheng Tan casually took a shower with the outdoor water pipe. The slightly cold water and the night wind made Zheng Tan shiver. It was better to go back and take a hot shower, or else he would catch a cold. Over the next few days, Zheng Tan went to Triumph several times. He found that Yang Po went there almost every night to drown his sorrows. Sometimes he pulled people with him, and sometimes he was alone. Zheng Tan shamelessly squeezed in. Yang Po looked at Zheng Tan and did not say anything. He even treated Zheng Tan as the only suitable listener, cursing Zheng Tan's father and some other people. Once, when Yang Po went to the bathroom, Zheng Tan took advantage of Yang Po's phone to look through his contacts and memorize Jin Gui's phone number. People like Jin Gui basically did not have a fixed phone number. As the saying went, after one shot, one would change location. They changed their phone number after one shot, just like Lu Ba. Their phone was not fixed, and their email was the only way to speak. On the other side, Jin Gui was talking to Lu Ba, who he had painstakingly pulled over to discuss with him. When his phone vibrated, he took it out and looked at it. The smile on his face faded. "What's wrong?" Lu Ba asked. Jin Gui handed the phone over. "Take a look." Chapter 278. Golden Tortoise knew that Lu Ba was not short of money. What he lacked was interest and fun. Now he only accepted jobs that he was interested in. This time he was in trouble and almost lost his life. He asked Lu Ba, who was traveling, to help him. Lu Ba did not agree or disagree. Based on his friendship with Golden Tortoise, he came over to check on Golden Tortoise's injuries. Then he learned about the job that Golden Tortoise accepted. However, after listening to the things involved in this job, Lu Ba lost interest. He had encountered this kind of thing many times. He had encountered the struggles between mistresses, and even the fights between illegitimate children. Once or twice he found it quite interesting. It was like participating in a large-scale TV series about palace fights. He was an important factor in controlling the plot, and could even play a turning role. This could arouse Lu Ba's interest and let him experience the excitement and novelty. He could even watch the ugliness of the protagonists and supporting characters in front of others as a bystander. However, this kind of thing became boring after a lot of contact. Therefore, after interacting with Lu Ba for the past few days, Golden Tortoise had seen Lu Ba's obvious rejection. If Lu Ba was interested, how could he be lazy all the time? But now, this text message could actually arouse Lu Ba's interest. Thinking about the content of the text message just now, it told Golden Tortoise the location of the evidence left by the person who attacked him with a knife that night. This was indeed the information that Golden Tortoise needed. In the past few days, he had used the excuse of recuperating to refuse some unreasonable requests from his employer. They were private detectives, but not suicide detectives. Since they found that the people involved were not so simple, they needed to investigate more and even reorganize their thinking to figure out what could be investigated and what could be avoided. As for the number that sent the text message just now, Golden Tortoise only glanced at it casually. It was a number that he had never seen before. Golden Tortoise just thought that someone who knew him was trying to curry favor with him, or that there was an internal conflict in the other party's camp. But obviously, things were different from what Golden Tortoise imagined. Judging from Lu Ba's reaction, he knew that there was something wrong with this number. "Do you know it?" Golden Tortoise asked. Lu Ba shook his head. "No, but I heard someone mention it not long ago." Although Lu Ba was not in Chuhua City or even the province at that time, he liked to pay attention to some interesting things, and one of them was about the number 46. He had a feeling that there was a very interesting secret behind this phone number. He had planned to reveal it the next time this number caused some trouble, but he didn't expect to encounter it now. "Do you mind if I use your phone?" Lu Ba took out Jin Gui's phone number and shook it. The golden turtle waved its hand and said, "Use it." Lu Ba looked at the number and dialed it. As expected, the other party's phone was turned off. Was it because of caution, or was it because of other reasons? Since Lu Ba was also involved in the case of the milk tea powder and the problematic candy, she also paid attention to it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have discovered such an interesting thing. Even the police had paid attention to this number before, but they hadn't found any useful information. After ending the call, Liu Ba returned the phone to Jin Gui and said, "I'll go with you to get the things mentioned in the message, and we'll go somewhere by the way." Jin Gui had no objection. The reason Zheng Tan had sent the message was because he had heard Jiao Yuan and the others mention the problematic kid. Even though the kid had been keeping a low profile for the past few days, probably because he had done something wrong, and he did not cause any trouble for Jiao Yuan and the others, there was no news that anything had happened to him. Jiao Yuan even heard from a third-year middle school student that the kid was doing well. Knowing that Golden Tortoise had not found the person, to prevent the man from coming after Jiao Yuan and the rest, Zheng Tan immediately gave him the clue after he found Golden Tortoise's number. After sending the message, Zheng Tan turned off his phone and went out for a walk. He didn't believe that Jin Gui and the others couldn't find the boy with the clues. Today, Zheng Tan was listening to Air Mao and Celestine's conversation at Air Mao's house. It was the weekend, and Air Mao's girlfriend was busy these days. Celestine was going to pick up his wife at his mother-in-law's house at night. As for the time before that, he had stayed at Air Mao's place to chat. F***CK, that hairy boy has been wandering around these 2 days, Air Mao said angrily. The hairy boy that Air Mao was talking about was Candy Peanut. Recently, Black Rice had been lying on the balcony of his house, and Candy Peanut would howl whenever he went to the eastern courtyard. Once he even fought with Sahara. After the fight, he would howl again. "Why are you stopping them? Just let them interact with each other for a while before they continue to give birth," Wei Ling said. "Easy for you to say." Air Mao snorted. "Anyway, I don't like that hairy boy. Senior brother Wei, you don't understand. You haven't experienced this feeling." "What feeling? Tell me." "The feeling of marrying off a daughter." Celestine laughed. "You're talking as if you've married off a daughter before. Tell me what it's like." "It's like, I raised a good cabbage with so much effort, but in the end, it was taken away by a stupid pig." Celestine and Zheng Tan were speechless. These words were familiar, but the perspective of the speaker was different. As they were talking, a cat howl came from below. Air Mao squeezed the beer can so hard that it cracked. "Here it comes again." Zheng Tan looked at Air Mao and knew that if Candy Peanut continued to tease him, Air Mao would probably run down and beat him up. Jumping off the sofa, Zheng Tan left the family building and patted Candy Peanut, who was squatting on the cement ground in the courtyard. Peanut Candy stopped howling when it saw Zheng Tan. It meowed twice, sounding quite aggrieved. It glanced at Air Mao, who was standing on the balcony on the 3rd floor, waving its mop in protest. Peanut Candy bared its teeth and turned to leave. Zheng Tan felt that the conflict between Air Mao and Candy Peanut was getting bigger and bigger. He just didn't know who would compromise first. Since he came down, Zhang Tan didn't plan to go upstairs. He walked out of the courtyard and planned to walk around. He also wanted to check his phone to see if there were any messages. As he was walking, Zhang Tan suddenly felt a pair of eyes on him. He looked up and saw a person who was dressed like the other students in the school. However, he had a short tail at the back of his head. Zhang Tan could tell who this person was even with a ponytail. Zhang Tan looked at the person. He didn't have a satchel or any big bags. When the person saw Zhang Tan, he even turned his shirt inside out to show Zhang Tan that he didn't bring a squirt gun this time. The person was Lu Ba. Even if this person didn't seem to be carrying any dangerous items, Zhang Tan still looked at him warily. Compared to Zhang Tan's vigilance, Lu Ba chewed the gum in his mouth and blew a bubble when he saw Zhang Tan. Then he smiled at Zhang Tan and said, "Hey, long time no see." Zhang Tan still looked at him warily. Lu Ba raised his hands and signaled to Zhang Tan that he didn't have anything in his hands. Then he walked towards Zhang Tan. When he was 4 or 5 meters away from Zhang Tan, he turned a corner and walked towards a nearby sports field. Zhang Tan thought for a while and followed him. However, he was more than 10 meters away from the guy in front of him. Otherwise, Zhang Tan would be worried. Until now, Zhang Tan still didn't know the guy's real identity. It was better to be vigilant. Lu Ba didn't walk far. He found a place to sit beside the sports field that was closest to the courtyard. He didn't sit on the stands but on the grass next to the sports field. It's so good to be a cat. You can play as you want without the pressure of life, Lu Ba said with emotion. Zhang Tan heard this from a tree not far away and sneered in his heart. Not every cat was free from the pressure of life. Some cats even had psychological problems, but it was hard to tell. However, Zhang Tan didn't care about other things. He was now thinking about why Lu Ba was here. Was he the person that the golden turtle asked for help that day? Just as Zhang Tan was thinking, a student who came to pick up the ball kicked it back to the field. After he sat down, he wiped his sweat and was about to take a rest. When he saw Lu Ba sitting there, he smiled and said, "Hey buddy, which courtyard are you from? Are you interested in playing a few kicks? There aren't many people over there, and there are beauties watching." As he said this, he winked at Lu Ba and raised his chin to point in a direction. "That's the queen bee of our courtyard." Zhang Tan looked over there. He was a little far away, but he could still see a few girls standing on the side of the football field. From this distance, they were all pretty good, but he didn't know who the queen bee was. The queen bee? Lu Ba was puzzled, and there was some meaning in his eyes. The student didn't notice Lu Ba's strange expression, but proudly said, "She's the recognized beauty of our courtyard." Because there's the word Feng in her name, she was later nicknamed the queen bee by everyone. She's beautiful, has good grades, and is popular. She doesn't have to do anything in the courtyard, and naturally, there will be people helping her. No matter if they're from our courtyard or from other courtyards, they all have to bow down to our queen bee. "Then you must be working hard," Lu Ba said. Zhang Tan felt that there was a hidden meaning in Lu Ba's words. The student was a little careless, and he was quite happy when he heard Lu Ba's words. "Of course, we do all the heavy and tiring work. There are also people who rush to run errands. How can we let our queen bee be tired?" Zhang Tan stared at Lu Ba, and he felt that there was something wrong with his expression. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Lu Ba said faintly, "Brother, do you know the problem of the queen bee's nuptial flight in a social insect like bees?" Zhang Tan was speechless. He had a bad feeling. The boy also shook his head blankly. They didn't study biology, so how would they know about these things? When the weather is good, the new queen bee will fly out and release some pheromones to attract drones. If the drones catch up with the drones, it proves that they are strong enough, and the queen bee will have sex with them. After indulging to her heart's content, the drone will probably die of exhaustion. In short, he won't survive. Then, the queen bee will continue to fly and have sex with another strong drone again. The drone will end up the same as the previous one, and then it will continue to do the same. Until she feels that there are enough little tadpoles, she will stop. This is the nuptial flight of bees, Lu Ba said slowly. Chapter 279. Zhang Tan had always felt that only academic people would use serious academic words to talk about things that would sound like hooligans to others. However, The listeners would not feel that this person was acting like a hooligan. Instead, they would feel that this person was really knowledgeable. These people were always able to twist a good and normal thing. It was obviously a romantic thing, but when they took it seriously, it was a little scary. Now it seemed that not only those academic people could do this, but other people could also do it, such as Lu Ba. This made Zheng Tan suspect that Lu Ba was like a general, who came out to take revenge on society. Didn't she see that the student next to her was dumbfounded? After the student came to his senses, he laughed dryly and said, "Ahem, in fact, I have always thought that bees are a kind of insect full of positive energy. After all, they always appear in front of the public with a positive image." This is true. Some Enlightenment books portray bees as a hardworking insect. However, there are some facts in nature that you have to admit. Lu Ba's face was unfathomable. She shook her finger and continued, "I have always thought that bees are a very magical insect, because the drones in their colony don't have a father. Moreover, they are born to find the queen bee. Not to mention those that die after doing that. The drones that don't have a chance to compete can enter any other hive at will. They are strong and handsome, eat a lot and don't work. However, when the seasons change and food is scarce, they will be driven out of the hive by the worker bees. Then their corpses will be exposed in the wilderness and become food for ants and other insects. Therefore, the drones were once given a very interesting name by people." "What name?" The student unconsciously scratched his arm as if he was scratching the goosebumps. Zheng Tan had a bad feeling. "Sad playboy," Lu Ba said. Lu Ba said, "That's why I've been wondering if the word playboy came from the male bees." Zheng Tan was speechless. He could no longer look at the word playboy seriously. Zheng Tan had been called a playboy in the past. You can't be too serious about anything. If you are, you will lose. The student chuckled, then stood up and patted his pants. "Well, they're calling me. I'll go over first." After saying that, he ran away and didn't ask Lu Ba to join them. Looking at the person who ran away, Liu Ba sighed. He ran away just like that. Glancing around, there was no one around. The sound of cheers from the soccer match at the sports field was endless, so no one would notice them. Lu Ba shifted her gaze to Zheng Tan, who was lying on the tree and yawning. Seeing this, Zheng Tan, who was halfway through his yawn, stopped yawning abruptly. "Black charcoal." Lu Ba looked at Zheng Tan and said, "Come on, let's continue our conversation." Zheng Tan was speechless. Lu Ba was probably in a bad mood. When she was in a bad mood, she would chat with others or go out to gain hatred points. What she said just now had traumatized Zheng Tan, and the student who had run away. Therefore, Zheng Tan didn't want to continue listening. Ignoring Lu Ba's muttering, Zheng Tan jumped down from the tree and left. He didn't want to continue listening to Lu Ba's revenge. Zheng Tan ran to the woods and turned on his phone to see if there were any new messages. Sure enough, there were several text messages as soon as he turned on his phone. Most of them were from Golden Tortoise. One of them was from an unfamiliar number, and the other two were call notifications. Before he turned on his phone, the unfamiliar number called Zheng Tan twice. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan's phone was turned off. Looking at the number, Zheng Tan found that there were 4 8s in the unfamiliar number. The position of the 4 8s in the 11-digit number was exactly the same as the position of the 4 6s in Zheng Tan's phone number. Zheng Tan first thought of Zhang Dong, and then he thought of the people related to Golden Tortoise. After reading the messages one by one, Zheng Tan knew that Golden Tortoise had found the evidence. As for Golden Tortoise's questions about who Zheng Tan was, Zheng Tan glanced at them and didn't bother to reply. The phone number with 4 8s didn't ask about Zheng Tan's real identity. Instead it asked, "Are you interested in having more partners?" At first glance, he thought it was a group chat message. As the saying goes, cast a wide net to catch a big fish. Zheng Tan had done this before, but after thinking about it, Zheng Tan felt that something was wrong. The message said more partners, and after sending the message, it made 2 calls. If this person wasn't fishing or had a hobby of group sex, then this person knew what Zheng Tan had done with this number before. Should he reply? Zheng Tan didn't press the reply button. After thinking about it, he didn't bother about it. He didn't play games, so he turned off his phone and left. He knew that the police had paid attention to him in the previous case, but if this person wasn't from the police, then who could it be? Generally speaking, people who use 4/8s were mostly rich or successful people, but Zheng Tan's intuition told him that it wasn't that kind of person. A few days later, when Zheng Tan was chatting with Jiao Yuan and the others, he heard that the troublesome milk tea fanboy had offended someone. As for what happened to him, Jiao Yuan and the others had all kinds of guesses. As for the real situation, no one knew. In short, the troublesome kid never appeared again. Since the troublesome kid was dead, he wouldn't be a threat to Jiao Yuan and the others. Zheng Tan was relieved. That day, not long after Zheng Tan installed the rechargeable battery and turned on his phone, he received a call before he had time to read the messages from the golden tortoise. Looking at the 4/8s displayed on the screen, Zheng Tan, who was about to press the reject button, stopped. He didn't know if he should answer or hang up. He had too many guesses. He wanted to know the other party's identity through this phone call, but he didn't know how to answer the call. Should he howl? Zheng Tan set the phone to silent mode, so the screen was always on. He didn't answer the first call, but the next call came. It seemed like the other party was persistent. Zheng Tan pressed the answer button after the fifth call. He wanted to know the other party's identity. Even if the other party tracked down the location of the phone call, Zheng Tan wasn't afraid. He was a cat now, and no one would believe that a cat was behind this number. After the call was answered, neither party said anything. They listened carefully to the background noise from the other party. Both parties were in relatively quiet places. Zheng Tan could occasionally hear birds chirping not far away, and there seemed to be the sound of a computer fan on the other party's side. Both parties were silent for about half a minute. Just as Zheng Tan was about to hang up, the other party spoke. "Are you interested in having more partners?" Zheng Tan was familiar with this voice. "My name is Lu Ba. I work in many fields and have a little fame in the circle of private detectives. I think you should be able to find me with your means." He revealed his identity first to show his sincerity. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't say anything, Lu Ba continued. "I know about your deeds. If you have something fun next time, and it's not easy to deal with, you can consider inviting me to join. I guarantee my character and absolute conscience in the industry. If you don't believe me, you can ask the client. The first order is free. If you like it, the price is negotiable. In fact, I don't believe in text messages. I either call or email. Of course, it doesn't matter if you're still used to text messages." After a series of words, Liu Ba finally asked, "May I know how to address you, brother?" The few hairs above Zheng Tan's eyes trembled, and he directly pressed the button to hang up. "Call me your uncle." Lu Ba, who was decisively hung up by Zheng Tan, smiled helplessly when he heard the busy tone on the phone. He said to Jin Gui, who had been silent, "The person behind this number must be bad-tempered." Lu Ba didn't know that it was because he had left a bad impression on Zheng Tan after several meetings. Zheng Tan was too lazy to listen to Lu Ba's nonsense. In the past, he wanted to ask Lu Ba for advice, but now he gave up. Lu Ba might be in a bad mood and tell Zheng Tan an animal story. That would be a trap. As for email, Zheng Tan didn't have one yet. Even if he had one, Zheng Tan wouldn't send an email to Lu Ba. Although Zheng Tan's computer skills only stopped at some basic network operations, Zheng Tan knew that the network was not a reliable hiding place. Perhaps if he sent an email today, Lu Ba would come to him tomorrow. Ask him for help? Zheng Tan didn't think that he needed Lu Ba's help now. What could he use private detectives like Lu Ba and Jin Gui for? Feud between rich and powerful families? A melodramatic family drama? Zheng Tan felt that it was too far away from the Jiao family. After turning off his phone, Zheng Tan simply tidied up the tree hole and put a bag of desiccant and his phone into a bag. Zheng Tan didn't know if this would work, but he just wanted to give it a try. Coming out of the tree hole, Zheng Tan stretched her body. She jumped and ran in the forest for a while to stretch her body. Then, she lay down next to a tree not far from the side door and rested. She watched a guard play a frisbee game with his dog. While watching, Zheng Tan suddenly narrowed his eyes and widened them. He saw a man and a woman coming in from outside the door. The man was Jiao Pa, but the woman was not Jiao Ma. If they were colleagues, it would make sense. However, Zheng Tan often went to the Institute of Biological Sciences and had never seen this woman. Moreover, there were few female teachers in the Institute of Biological Sciences who dressed up like this. She looked good, at least with good makeup. Looking at the two of them, they seemed to be acquaintances. Zheng Tan, who had just thought that there wouldn't be a melodramatic family drama, was now nervous. Fortunately, he soon found that Jiao Fox's expression was not very good. He seemed to be alienated and seriously dissatisfied with the woman. Zheng Tan jumped down from the tree and quietly approached the roadside. He hid under the trees and then pricked up his ears to listen to what the two of them were talking about. As soon as he heard the word pomelo, which was very sensitive to Zheng Tan suddenly heard a shout when he was staring at the woman. Black charcoal. Zheng Tan looked at the Jiaopa and found that the Jiaopa was looking at him. Professor Jiao was very dissatisfied with the person next to him and didn't want to look at him. He would rather look at the tree next to him. Unexpectedly, he found his cat hiding behind the tree like a thief. It was fine if it was hiding, but it didn't even know how to hide its tail. Chapter 280. Zheng Tan's impression of little Pomelo's mother remained the same when he first came here. At that time, Zheng Tan felt that little Pomelo's parents were the same type of selfish people as his own parents. Perhaps it was because little Pomelo had spent so much time in the Jiao family that Zheng Tan almost forgot that little Pomelo had a mother. It was just that this mother rarely called little Pomelo throughout the year. Even when he went to the Jiao Ma's hometown during the summer holidays, Old Master Gu and Old Madam Gu did not mention little Pomelo's mother much. It was obvious how dissatisfied they were with little Pomelo's mother. However, no matter how dissatisfied they were with her, no matter how wrong they thought she was, and no matter how much they disliked her, she was still little Pomelo's biological mother. She had not come to see her daughter for 3 years, and she had not said anything about bringing little Pomelo over to play with her. Why was this woman here now? Zheng Tan was in a bad mood. He had already started to imagine all sorts of possibilities. If this woman wanted to bring little Pomelo abroad to spend the rest of her life with her, the Jiao family had no right to stop her. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became. Zheng Tan followed beside the Jiaopa and listened to their conversation patiently. Although the atmosphere was not very good, it could not be awkward all the time. If it was awkward, Zheng Tan would not be able to get any information. As he listened, Zheng Tan realized that Pomelo had a half-sister. In other words, not long after this mother sent little Pomelo back to China, she met her second love abroad and had a little daughter now. She was already a mixed-race child who was more than a year old. What made Zheng Tan angry was not that Pomelo's mother had left Pomelo to live her own life in China. It was that when this woman talked about her daughter, from her expression to her tone, Zheng Tan was so angry that he wanted to grind his claws. Zheng Tan was a little worried. To put it more accurately, when the cinnabar mole on Pomelo's mother's chest turned into a glaring chili sauce, should she wipe it off or not? After talking about her daughter with sparkling eyes, she realized that it was not a good topic to talk about. It was obvious from the Jiaopa's rare dark expression. Pomelo's mother coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. Pomelo is in 4th grade this year, right? How are her grades? Can she keep up? I'm not optimistic about the education system in China, said Pomelo's mother. Father Jiao glanced at her indifferently. Pomelo was already in her 2nd year when she was sent back to China. Little Pomelo was sent back to China in 2003, and it was already the second half of 2006. Pomelo's mother's face stiffened. She counted the years and said, "So he's already in the 5th grade. That's fast." The Jiaopa glanced at her again. "She'll be in 6th grade in September this year. She'll be in junior high next year. I remember she told you when she skipped grades." Pomelo's mother was speechless. All right, there was an awkward silence again. The Jiaopa was usually tactful with his words. He rarely said such blunt words. Hearing the Jiaopa's tone, Zheng Tan knew that he was not very calm at the moment. Zheng Tan looked at Pomelo's mother's expression and knew that she did not know what to say. She could not even laugh dryly. No matter what, she felt guilty when talking about her eldest daughter. Pomelo's mother had planned to leave after taking a look. She had come because she had a business matter to discuss. It just so happened that a professor she often worked with had come to Tsinghua University's medical school to give a report. After finding out about the relationship between Pomelo's mother and the Jiaopa, he had contacted the Jiaopa through Pomelo's mother. He wanted to go to the Institute of Biological Sciences to observe the red nest mouse. It would be best if he could get some samples or something. After all, the Jiaopa was the discoverer of the red nest mouse and had some say in it. The mouse was a model organism in mammalian embryology and developmental biology. Whether it was at the Institute of Biological Sciences or the medical school, the relevant research could not be done without mice. The red nest mouse was even more special. With the publication of a series of highly influential articles at Tsinghua University, it had caused quite a stir in the international field. As long as there was an opportunity, it had to be seized. The professor obviously knew how to do this. In this way, Pomelo's mother would inevitably have to face the Jiaopa directly. She could not avoid it even if she wanted to. She knew that she would be scolded, but she had to accept it. Since you're here, why don't you come over and have a seat? Your sister found out that you're back in China yesterday. She said that she hasn't seen you in a long time. You two sisters should talk. Also, don't you want to see Pomelo? All right, then I'll have to bother you. Pomelo's mother knew that she could not avoid it this time, so she could only bite the bullet. Jiao Ma came back very quickly today. She had bought a lot of groceries. Even though she felt that her sister was not right in many ways, she was still her biological sister. They had not seen each other for 3 years. It was rare for her to come over, so she had to treat her well. Jiao Yuan had obviously received the news in advance. He was not very enthusiastic about Pomelo's mother. After greeting her, he ran back to his room to do his homework. Zheng Tan was in the room watching little Pomelo blindly draw on a piece of draft paper with a pen. After a few strokes, she started to stare blankly at her nails. Obviously, she was not in the mood to do her homework. Zheng Tan was lying next to her. Just as he was about to give her a hug to comfort her, he heard Jiao Yuan next door yell, "Black charcoal! Come over quickly. There's a big rat." Zheng Tan was speechless. How could he have the face to use such an excuse? In the living room, the Jiaopa was chatting with Pomelo's mother. He glanced at Zheng Tan, who had jumped out of little Pomelo's room through the window, and then jumped into Jiao Yuan's room through the window. He did not say anything. "Your cat is really special," Pomelo's mother said when she heard the sound of someone jumping out the window. Jiaopa did not deny it. "Yes, this cat has a lot of energy and is different from the rest." Pomelo's mother was speechless. Wasn't it just a mongrel? Different from the rest? There was an awkward silence again. Zheng Tan, who had jumped into Jiao Yuan's room, saw Jiao Yuan anxiously walking around the bed. "Black charcoal, do you think Pomelo's mother is here to take Pomelo back? What if Pomelo really goes with her? I heard that her mother is developing her career overseas. Her mother doesn't care about her, and if she gets bullied, no one will protect her. I don't know what Pomelo is thinking. No, I have to do some work with Pomelo." Jiao Yuan immediately sat down and flipped open a blank workbook. He rolled up his sleeves and picked up a pen, writing something on the paper. This was much faster than when he was writing an essay. Zheng Tan jumped onto the desk to take a look. There were 9 big words on the first line. Details of the 18 crimes committed overseas. Below was a list of all the bad things that were done overseas. Between the lines, Jiao Yuan also did not want little Pomelo to leave. At the end, he even used a red pen to write a word that was obviously a size larger than usual. Think carefully and act with caution. It was rare that Zheng Tan did not complain that the paper was dirty. He held the folded paper in his mouth and flipped out. Then he flipped back to little Pomelo's room and passed the paper to her. After reading through the words on the paper, the blank look on little Pomelo's face lessened. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she replied, "Okay." Jiaopa watched Zheng Tan flip back and forth between the 2 rooms. Although he made a lot of noise when he flipped through the window, he did not say anything and did not stop him. Although the food was delicious, no one was in the mood to eat. The atmosphere at the dining table was strange. Only Jiao Ma was slightly more talkative. The 2 sisters stood together. At first glance, no one would immediately think that they were sisters. Perhaps it was because of their temperament and attire. However, if one looked closely, they did look somewhat similar. Pomelo's mother did not have much confidence in front of Jiaoma. Although she was better than Jiaoma in terms of her career, she usually put on airs in front of others. Even if she put on airs in front of others, it was stiff and deliberate. As for Zheng Tan, who usually sat on a chair and ate at the edge of the table, he was now sitting on a small stool at the side. He looked at the bowl of food and could not eat. Perhaps her maternal instincts were aroused after seeing little Pomelo. Pomelo's mother said that she would be staying in Chuhua City for a few more days. Since the weekend was the day after tomorrow, she wanted to take little Pomelo out to have some fun. This made Zheng Tan even more vigilant. If they were to interact with each other, they would probably be able to trick little Pomelo into leaving. Pomelo's mother already had a daughter. If Pomelo went over now, she would definitely be unhappy. Moreover, there was a stepfather that she had never met. However, Jiaopa and Jiaoma did not mention this in front of little Pomelo. They were probably afraid that little Pomelo would overthink. It's good to let the mother and daughter talk. Pomelo matures early. She's not an insensible child, Jiaopa said that night. Jiaoma was a little worried. What if Pomelo chooses to go with them? I don't think that's a good idea. This child might not be happy if she goes. Why don't I accompany them this Saturday? After thinking about it, Jiaoma sighed and said, forget it. Since she said that she wants to spend some time alone with Pomelo, she doesn't want me to interfere. Sigh, if only someone was there to remind little Pomelo. Jiaoma knew her sister quite well. She could speak beautifully today, but tomorrow, she could make you want to bang your head against the wall. It's not like there's no other way, Jiaopa said. What way? Black charcoal. Indeed, Pomelo's mother did say that she wanted to spend some time alone with Pomelo. However, this alone definitely referred to the person and did not include Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan was also worried about letting little Pomelo face her mother alone. What if little Pomelo was set up? Pomelo's mother was willing to part with her, but Zheng Tan was not. Saturday. Little Pomelo carried her backpack downstairs. Jiaopa drove her to the agreed place. The place was a restaurant. It was a little classy, but for a child, it was a little restrictive and could not be relaxed. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he watched little Pomelo enter the restaurant. After seeing her mother sit down, Jiaopa drove away. Little Pomelo's little face was stern. This made the already tense atmosphere between mother and daughter even more stiff. Without Jiaopa and Jiaoma's supervision, even if she felt a little guilty, Pomelo's mother's words and actions were a little smoother. She ordered a glass of juice and some desserts for Pomelo. She drank her coffee and smiled at the bag that her daughter was carefully holding in her arms. What's that bulging bag? Is it a present for mommy? Pomelo's mother tried to make her smile more amiable. Little Pomelo looked at her mother and bit her lip. Then, she took out a small gift box from her jacket pocket and handed it to her mother. Pomelo's mother looked at the bulging bag, then looked at the gift box in little Pomelo's hand. She took it and opened it. It was a small doll. The material was not very new, and the workmanship was very rough compared to the goods in the shops. Did Pomelo make it herself? Pomelo's mother asked with a smile. Little Pomelo lowered her head slightly and nodded. It's very pretty. Mommy likes it a lot. Zheng Tan sneered in his heart. Was she for real? Her tone sounded too deliberate. The doll was sewn by little Pomelo using the materials and daily necessities she saved from labor skills classes. The doll's appearance was based on a photo of Pomelo's mother. Zheng Tan did not know if it was because he was too angry or something else, but he felt a little suffocated in the bag. There was not enough air coming in through the air vent of the bag. Zheng Tan pulled open the zipper of the backpack seat and stuck his head out to take a deep breath. Chapter 281. When Pomelo's mother came back to her senses, she quickly looked around. When she saw that no one had noticed them, she looked at little Pomelo with a reproachful look. You shouldn't have brought your cat here. This isn't a pet restaurant. Little Pomelo pursed her lips and raised her head to look at her mother. But there's no sign saying that pets aren't allowed in here. That's still not okay. It's not right to bring a pet into a restaurant. As she spoke, Pomelo's mother noticed that the black cat was looking at her with a strange expression. Although she didn't quite understand what that expression meant, She felt that something was amiss. She didn't feel comfortable. Seeing that little Pomelo's expression wasn't too good either, Pomelo's mother thought that it was rare for them to be alone together. She didn't blame her anymore. Instead, she said, "Use this to block it. It's not good to be seen." As she spoke, she handed over a shopping bag with a brand logo and a pink bow. On it was the logo of a children's clothing brand. "Mommy bought you a present. See if you like it. When you go out wearing it, you'll be the envy of all the children in the courtyard." Zhang Tan stretched his neck to take a look while little Pomelo was taking the gift. The tag said that it cost 1,200 yuan, and it was a dress. If Pomelo's mother hadn't said the last sentence, Zhang Tan wouldn't have despised her so much. However, after she said the last sentence, Zhang Tan felt that something was amiss. Did this person really think that the people living in the courtyard were all poor people? And they were envious? Most families wouldn't even care about such a small amount of money, especially those old professors. For example, Old Man Lan, who lived downstairs, definitely had more than 10 million yuan in their hands. It was just that they didn't show it on normal days. They even went to the cafeteria early in the morning to eat buns and porridge. Later on, little Pomelo's mother asked her about the clothes she usually wore. Judging from her reaction, it seemed like she felt that the Jiao family wasn't that well-to-do, so she didn't buy good clothes for little Pomelo. As for the standard of good clothes, that was a difference of opinion. Most of the children in the villa complex didn't usually wear expensive branded clothes. After all, they grew up too quickly, so there was no need to buy expensive clothes. Whether it was the Jiao family or the other families in the villa complex, they were relatively well off. However, no one had seen their children wear clothes that cost hundreds or thousands of yuan, unless it was a birthday party or some other important occasion. Usually, the Jiao yuan and the others were more mischievous. The clothes they wore were at most 100 yuan, so they didn't care too much if they were torn. Moreover, it was already October, and it would be November soon. The weather would turn cold, so who would be bored enough to wear a skirt? Moreover, she was still a child. If she were to wear it out now, she wouldn't be envied. Instead, she would be ridiculed. After asking a few more questions, Pomelo's mother could tell that little Pomelo didn't want to continue the topic. She looked at the black cat that was staring at her and frowned. Then, she said to little Pomelo, "Mommy has seen many people raise cats overseas. My neighbor over there has a very beautiful ragdoll cat. Mommy even took a picture of it before. I'll show it to you." Suddenly, she remembered that she didn't save a picture of the cat on her phone. Pomelo's mother took out her phone and put it back into her bag. "Ahem, I saved the picture on my computer. I didn't bring it with me. Mommy will show it to you when I have the chance. It's much prettier than this black cat, and it's also obedient." Zhang Tan's expression became even more unpleasant. Was this person despising him for being ugly and bad-tempered? Black charcoal is also very obedient. Little Pomelo adjusted her bag and defended herself. Pomelo's mother obviously didn't believe her. She had seen the cat climb through the window yesterday and knew that it was definitely not a well-behaved cat. After a series of meaningless conversations, Zhang Tan felt drowsy. The conversation between the mother and daughter was really stiff and awkward. There was no common topic, and the more they talked, the more Zhang Tan felt that there wasn't much strong emotion between them. "Pomelo, do you want to live in a big house?" Pomelo's mother asked. "Mommy bought a big house overseas. It has a big yard. You can raise flowers and animals that you like. When the time comes, you'll have a little sister to play with you." After a pause, Pomelo's mother continued. "Pomelo, are you happy to have a little sister? It's just that your little sister is still very young." Zhang Tan's eyes narrowed. Did this person know what she was talking about? Was she still happy? It would be strange if she was happy. Having a little sister meant having a stepfather. She didn't even know what his character was like. Was little Pomelo sure that he wouldn't dislike her if she went back home for no reason? Little Pomelo stopped stirring the cream. From Zhang Tan's angle, he could only see her tightly pursed lips. Zhang Tan wasn't afraid of being discovered. Half of his body came out of the backpack and rubbed against little Pomelo. He thought about the first half of Pomelo's mother's words. Was she complaining that the Jiao family's house was too small? Little Pomelo had lived overseas for a period of time before, so it wasn't like she didn't remember. Even the house they lived in overseas was much bigger than the Jiao family. If little Pomelo really cared about this, she wouldn't have shook her head when she was asked if she wanted to live in a villa. It was obvious that this mother didn't even know what her daughter wanted. "I'm not going back," little Pomelo said softly as she pushed Zhengtan back into the backpack. "What?" Pomelo's mother asked again. She didn't hear clearly just now. "I'm not going back," little Pomelo said in a firm tone as she raised her head. The other party was silent for a few seconds. "Mommy respects your decision." Zhengtan wasn't sure if he had heard wrongly, but he felt that there was a sense of relief in her tone. Zhengtan sat up and looked at the woman sitting across from him. He didn't see much sadness or regret in her eyes. Instead, when she smiled at little Pomelo, her smile was a little wider and not as stiff as before. After they left the restaurant, Pomelo's mother planned to take little Pomelo for a walk. She asked little Pomelo where she wanted to go. After telling her a few places, little Pomelo shook her head. Pomelo's mother then took her to a nearby shopping mall to buy things for little Pomelo. Most of the items in the shopping mall were high-end goods, so those who didn't have much money on hand stayed away. The shopping mall wasn't too far from the restaurant, so the mother and daughter walked there directly. Before they reached the shopping mall, Zhengtan walked beside them. In order to follow them out today, Zhengtan also wore the cat tag. It was convenient and reduced the dislike of passers-by. After all, not everyone could tolerate an unidentified cat running around on the streets. Pomelo's mother was chatting casually when a familiar car with 4 circles approached from the side. It drove to the parking lot and slowly stopped. "Black charcoal. Pomelo." Zhengtan heard the voice and looked over. It was Feng Xiaokong, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. It was rare for this busy man to have time to drive out by himself. He was probably chatting with an old friend. Feng Xiaokong got out of the car and strode over. He was wearing sunglasses, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. He didn't expect to meet Zhengtan and little Pomelo here. Just like before, Feng Xiaokong used his hands to hold little Pomelo's armpits and carried little Pomelo as if he was holding a child. Little Pomelo's solemn face was now filled with a smile. "Uncle Feng." "Pomelo, have you lost weight recently?" Feng Xiaokong weighed little Pomelo before putting her down. Feng Xiaokong usually interacted with his daughter like this, so he had developed this habit. It didn't matter if it was when she was a little girl, or now that she was a little girl who was over 10 years old. "A few days ago, Mingming asked you about her experience. She said she wanted to exchange experiences with you," Feng Xiaokong said. As for the experience, it was definitely the experience of raising a cat. Because of Zhengtan, Feng Mingming asked her father for little Pomelo's number on the chat app. After adding her as a friend, the two of them exchanged their experiences of raising a cat from time to time. "This is..." Pomelo's mother interrupted. If she hadn't seen the car, she would have already scolded him. She didn't know Feng Xiaokong, but seeing that Feng Xiaokong and her daughter seemed to be very familiar with each other, and he was obviously someone of a certain status. "This is Uncle Feng." Little Pomelo introduced him, then pointed at her mother to Feng Xiaokong. "This is my mommy." "Hello." Pomelo's mother introduced herself. While she said that she was little Pomelo's mother, she also mentioned some of her other identities and titles. From the company name to her position, there were several English words in one sentence. Zhengtan didn't know how to react for a moment. Feng Xiaokong said, "Oh," and said, "A Fortune 500 company in the world. Nice to meet you." Pomelo's mother took out a beautifully made business card from her bag and handed it over. Feng Xiaokong took it, then took out an equally beautiful business card from his pocket and handed it over. This business card wasn't Feng Xiaokong's personal business card. The phone number on it was definitely one of Feng Xiaokong's assistants or secretaries. Giving out this business card proved that Feng Xiaokong didn't care much about Pomelo's mother. Feng Xiaokong's business card was a much more low-key business card, which was in Zhengtan's drawer. The number on it was Feng Xiaokong's personal number. Looking at the business card in her hand, Pomelo's mother's pupils shrank. She was much more polite to Feng Xiaokong now. Feng Xiaokong had something else to do, so he quickly left. "Pomelo, how do you know this?" "Uncle Feng?" Pomelo's mother asked. "He's Black Charcoal's friend." Pomelo's mother obviously didn't believe her. She guessed that it was because of Professor Jiao. After shopping at the mall, Pomelo's mother called for a taxi and went back to Jiao family's place. In the car, Pomelo's mother asked little Pomelo if she wanted to go back with them. Little Pomelo kept shaking her head. Then Mommy won't force you. Mommy gave Auntie and the others some money to take care of you. So, if you need anything or want anything, just let Auntie know. Okay, I know. If you're on vacation, you can call Mommy. Mommy will bring you over to play. Zheng Tan wasn't happy to hear that. If I'm on vacation, I can't call? Zheng Tan stood up and rubbed little Pomelo's chin. Don't be sad, I don't care. The same thing might not be important to some people, but to others, it was a treasure. Pomelo's mother didn't care much about little Pomelo, but Zheng Tan cared, and so did the Jiao family. When they returned to school, they bumped into Old Man Lon, who had just come back from outside. The old man even grabbed a bunch of hawthorns for little Pomelo. It was a gift from someone else. On the lawn of the eastern courtyard, Sheriff was lying on his side at the edge of a flower bed that was slightly higher than the lawn. He reached out his paw to tease Huang, who was lying on the lawn and rubbing his back. After a while, the two of them started to fight. Depeng was lying on his stomach not far away from them. His eyes were half closed, as if he was trying to get sleepy. On the gravel road beside the lawn, a person was making a phone call. He jokingly scolded the person on the phone. T. 10 meters away, Niu Zhuangzhuang was being let out for a walk. It was pulling on the rope to lead its owner forward. When it heard the person's shout, its ears twitched, and its small triangular eyes flashed fiercely. The face of the person on the phone twitched, and he quickly ran away. Mom, Pomelo and Black Charcoal are back. Jiao Yuan, who was watching from the balcony on the 5th floor, shouted into the house. Chapter 282. Zheng Tan had always felt that the two biggest frustrations in life were being stepped on by someone trying to show off, and being shown off by someone trying to show off. Not long ago, he had looked down on Yang Pei at victorious return. Who would have thought that today, there would be someone even more deserving of contempt than Yang Pei? After dinner, Pomelo's mother and Jiao Ma went out for a walk and chat in the courtyard. Zheng Tan followed them closely in order to find out more about the enemy. Most of the time, Pomelo's mother was talking about the fruits of her hard work abroad over the past few years. Now that she was a department manager, she had a lot of money on her hands. When she spoke, she was showing off. She also urged Mama Jiao to quickly buy a bigger house, complaining that the houses in the courtyard were old and small. She even compared them to the new house she bought abroad. Jiao Ma obviously knew what kind of person her sister was, but she didn't have the energy to get angry. Not long after, they ran into the old lady who was taking Depeng out for a walk. The old lady was stepping on the exercise equipment in the courtyard. Depeng was squatting on a horizontal bar next to her. The horizontal bar was only 5 to 6 centimeters in diameter. It was unknown how the fat cat jumped on it and squatted there. At first glance, that round lump looked out of place, but this guy was squatting there steadily. Zheng Tan could only sigh in admiration. As expected of a cat that had undergone military training, it was as steady as squatting instant noodles. Yo, Black Charcoal, Teacher Gu. You're out for a walk. The old lady smiled and greeted Zheng Tan and Jiao Ma. Jiao Ma introduced her sister to the old lady and chatted for a while before leaving. After walking for a while, Pomelo's mother sneered at Depeng, saying that such a fat cat would definitely get XXX or something. Knowing that the old lady lived alone, she said, "Is it just the old lady by herself? Don't you have a nanny?" "Don't talk nonsense. Depeng's health is good. He's even sent to the pet center regularly for checkups. The old lady treats him like a treasure." As for the old lady, her son did want to hire a nanny and even said that he would bring the old lady over, but the old lady never agreed. She said that she was used to the environment and atmosphere here. Everyone in the courtyard has been neighbors for decades, so it's not lonely. She said that she will consider the future when her legs are no longer able to move. People become stubborn when they get old. Her son is the same. Pomelo's mother disagreed. Jiao Ma was afraid that her younger sister would say something inappropriate, so she quickly stopped her. The identity of Depeng's cat father was a little more sensitive, and Depeng's grandmother did not want to make it public. Therefore, Jiaoma only whispered into her sister's ear and briefly explained the identity of Depeng's cat father. After that, Pomelo's mother fell silent. She stopped talking about Depeng and his grandmother. With their wealth, if they really wanted to hire a nanny, they would be willing to hire 8 or 10 nannies. After walking for less than 2 minutes, they bumped into Sahara again. It was happily rubbing itself against the grass and wagging its tongue. It did not care about its image at all. Of course, it did not care about its image in the courtyard. This dog is too crazy. It looks like it's a crossbreed, right? Are we going to raise a purebred dog in the future, or a gentler one? Jiaoma looked over and smiled. Oh, you're talking about Sahara? I heard that it's a tri-breed dog from Academician Ruan's family. Although it's usually very playful, it has never hurt the children in the courtyard. Academician Ruan treasures it. She hit the bullseye. Pomelo's mother fell silent again. After running around in the business world for a long time, she would often think more from the perspective of benefits. It was common to flatter the powerful and trample on the weak. Similarly, when scolding a dog, one had to consider the identity and temper of the dog's owner. One had to know what to say and what not to say. It was said that the more arrogant a person was, the harder it was to control their temper. Pomelo's mother always felt that the more arrogant a person was, the harder it was to control their temper. Therefore, she had to be careful with her words and actions. When dealing with those arrogant people, even if she talked behind their backs, she had to find a place where there was no one around. Although she did not know Academician Ruan, once she heard the title of Academician, she immediately swallowed her words. Zheng Tan found it funny. Before this afternoon, this person had thought that the courtyard was full of poor people. But now she realized that there was a discrepancy. When he passed by the long bench area, Zheng Tan saw that the old men in the courtyard had gathered together again, and were gossiping. When night fell, the old men in the courtyard would gather together, and start bragging. They would criticize a certain school's leader, evaluate a certain new policy, criticize certain people who had a negative impact on society, but did not dare to speak carelessly. Some famous experts and professors who appeared frequently on television would be discussed as if they were talking about dolls. They were not afraid of being overheard at all. Even if those people were standing in front of them, they would still say the same thing. When Zheng Tan looked over, Old Man Lan was bragging to someone about a pot of orchids that had been bought today. After hearing a few words, Pomelo's mother did not think much of it. Was a pot of orchids worth bragging about? How much can orchids sell for? Jiaoma thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure about the pot that Professor Lan was talking about today, but last year, Professor Lan sold 2 pots of orchids for more than 600,000 yuan. There are quite a lot of people looking for Professor Lan. This year, orchids are very popular. There are even more people looking for Professor Lan. Buyers are blocking people in the courtyard just to buy Professor Lan's pot of orchids. Based on this, the price today is probably higher than last year. Pomelo's mother's face was full of disbelief. Zheng Tan knew that 2 days ago, Old Man Lan had been blocked by people at the small flower bed. They wanted to buy 3 orchids called Rabbit for 1 million yuan, but Old Man Lan did not agree. Old Man Lan was not short of money. At his age, he cared about his reputation. From time to time, he would show off to some old friends about the orchids that he had cultivated or discovered outside. As for the few 100,000 yuan, Old Man Lan really did not care about it. At his level, he had both fame and fortune. Now he did things according to his desires. Although he could not say something like, money is just a number, it was not far off. He agreed to sell the orchids only because Old Man Lan was annoyed with those people who always came to bother him. Moreover, he kept some of the orchids, so even if he sold them, he would still have 1 or 2 seedlings in his hands. Old Man Lan was talking to people about the orchids in the market now. Although it looked like a prosperous future, many people had started to rush into it. Moreover, someone said, take out a pot of orchids in the morning and drive a BMW back in the afternoon. This made the orchids even more popular. However, it was estimated that this popularity would only last for about a year. It would cool down later. If one was too impulsive, they might hit their head and bleed. Zheng Tan knew about this kind of thing. He used to have a friend who spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy an orchid when the price of orchids was hot. 5 years later, not many people would buy an orchid for 100 yuan. Seeing Zheng Tan, Old Man Lon laughed. He was in a good mood today, so he teased Zheng Tan again. He pointed in Zheng Tan's direction and said to his old friends, "That little guy went to my flower bed and nibbled on an orchid. It made my heart ache." Bullshit. It was obviously the sheriff who nibbled on it. Zheng Tan was angry. Old Man Lon had purposely put this crime on his head. Moreover, that pot of orchids was only a relatively ordinary plain heart orchid. Those more precious orchids were all well protected. How could they give the sheriff a chance to take a bite? Jiao Ma saw that the old professors were smiling kindly. Some of them even gave Zheng Tan a thumbs up and said, "Good job." She knew that they were just joking. They weren't really angry. She smiled and greeted the old professors before leaving. After walking some distance, there was no one around them for more than 20 meters. Jiao Ma whispered to the people beside her, "Don't be fooled by the ordinary old people here. Although many of them don't look special, many of them are bosses of big companies and people in the political system who come to consult them. Some of them can influence certain policies." Pomelo's mother was silent for a while. She smiled and said, "It's good that Pomelo grew up in such an environment." She had seen little Pomelo greet some of the old people yesterday. They were very familiar with each other. Zheng Tan curled his lips in his heart. This person changed so quickly. Because of the previous few examples, Pomelo's mother didn't say anything to mock Ah Huang, who was even more stupid than Ah Huang, who could even roll down the stairs while walking. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth to speak, it would be even more embarrassing. It wasn't a weekend when Pomelo's mother flew back to the other side of the ocean. She didn't let Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma send her off. She left with some people from the company. She only made a phone call before boarding the plane and said, "I'll leave Pomelo in your care." Jiao Pa replied, "I've always treated her like a daughter." Since Pomelo's mother had left the country and Pomelo was still staying, Zheng Tan felt a lot more at ease. He even felt like he was floating when he walked. He ran back to the forest at the edge of the neighborhood and turned on his phone. Since he was in a good mood, he wanted to check the game records again. However, when he turned on his phone, he saw dozens of messages and nearly 3 digits of missed calls. His phone kept flashing and the text messages flew in for a long time. Zheng Tan was stunned. F***CK. Was he being poisoned? However, when he stopped and looked at it again, he realized that he wasn't. There were dozens of messages from the same phone number. Most of the missed calls were from the same number as well. F***CK Lu Ba, that idiot, actually did such a wicked thing. Was he going to explode the phone number? Lu Ba had to admit that she was really obsessed with this number. Since she couldn't reason with him or recommend herself, and she was very interested in the identity of the person behind this mysterious number, Lu Ba decided to change her tactics after thinking for 2 days. She was shameless, and unreasonable enough. Lu Ba did not know whether the person behind this account was a man or a woman, old or young, but everyone had a limit of patience. Now, Lu Ba wanted to challenge the other party's patience limit. Even if the other party turned off their phone more than they turned it on, Lu Ba still had time. Jean Gui's order was almost finished. Now that she had a lot of free time, she rejected some of the orders that she wasn't interested in. She specifically harassed this number. As soon as the phone was turned on, she would immediately call. "Master, I really want to be friends with you. Let's get to know each other. You can't even bear to send me a text message? Well, let's not use text messages. Let's change to another method. How about we talk? Just a few sentences is fine. One sentence is enough. Master, just say one sentence and I won't disturb you." Zheng Tan was scrolling through the messages and deleting them one by one. Immediately, a call came in. Zheng Tan pressed the reject button. In less than 2 seconds, another call came in. He pressed the reject button again and again. Even if Zheng Tan wanted to see if there was a blacklist function in the settings, it was inconvenient for him to do so. He was bombarded with phone calls and text messages. Finally, Zheng Tan pressed the answer button. This time, Lu Ba didn't say anything. She listened to the other side of the phone and waited for the other party to scold him. There was a slight rustling sound from the other side of the phone. After that, there was a ticking sound. Lu Ba frowned and pushed away Jean Gui, who wanted to eavesdrop. She took the pen and paper on the table and wrote a few letters according to the sound on the phone. Jean Gui went over to take a look. On the white paper, a few letters were clearly written with a black pen. Chapter 283. When Lu Ba heard the beeping sound coming from the other end of the phone, he intended to use the same method to reply. However, before he could knock on the phone, the other side had hung up. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Lu Ba chuckled and said to Jean Gui, "This mysterious expert is quite capable. He even knows this." In fact, Zheng Tan had only thought of using this method on a whim. After all, he couldn't speak now. Before this, no matter if it was Teacher Bai or the person who lost the dog, if Zheng Tan used this method, they would only think that Zheng Tan was playing with them. There was a higher possibility that they wouldn't understand. However, Lu Ba was a person with a wide range of expertise and knowledge. Therefore, Zheng Tan decided to give it a try. When he knocked on the metal piece he picked up, Lu Ba didn't interrupt him. This meant that Lu Ba might have understood him. Since Lu Ba understood him, Zheng Tan didn't intend to say anything more. He hung up the phone, turned it off, and left. He decided not to turn it on for the next few days. If Lu Ba wanted to continue harassing him, he would just let him be. Out of sight, out of mind. It wasn't easy for him to feel better because of Pomelo's mother's departure. Zheng Tan didn't intend to be depressed because of Lu Ba, a psychopath. After wandering around, Zheng Tan threw a frisbee at the guard at the side door to tease the German shepherd. Then he walked back. He didn't go straight back to the courtyard. Instead, he walked along the winding road. When he walked to Old Man Land's small flower garden, Zheng Tan jumped onto the wall and looked inside. He immediately saw the sheriff squatting beside a pot of orchids and eating them attentively. At first, Zheng Tan was worried that the sheriff would get into trouble if he ate too many orchids. However, he only saw the sheriff spit out some furry balls and defecate in a large flower pot in the small flower garden. The rest of the time, the sheriff was alive and kicking. Zheng Tan didn't care about him. A few days ago, there were 3 blooming flowers in the pot of orchids. Now none of them were left. Some of the green leaves around the pot were not as well. There were many bite marks on them. When Old Man Lon said that he ate the flowers in front of his old friends, Zheng Tan was taking the blame for him. Old Man Lon had always been persistent in slandering Zheng Tan. It wasn't that the sheriff hadn't planted anything in his house before. He had even planted catgrass in a flower pot. However, the sheriff didn't give him any face. Every time, he would take a few bites and lose interest. Zheng Tan heard the sheriff's owner complain a few times when he was chatting with the Jiaoma. He didn't know if it was the problem of the catgrass or the sheriff himself. However, Zheng Tan felt that it was most likely the latter. Zheng Tan used to think that the sheriff had a dog-like heart. He barked like a dog, was aggressive, and fought with the little Pekingese and Chihuahuas in the courtyard. Other than Niu Zhuangzhuang, all the other dogs in the courtyard had a thing with the sheriff. Now, Zheng Tan would always catch the sheriff chewing on flowers. The sheriff chewed on orchid leaves like a rabbit. Someone once said that if there was any animal in the world that thought flowers were beautiful and fragrant, and wanted to eat them up, it would be cats. In fact, many cats were nymphomaniacs, such as the sheriff. Last week, Zheng Tan heard from the Jiaoma that one of her colleagues had a cat. One day, her colleague's husband gave her a bouquet of flowers on their wedding anniversary. Her colleague's cat ran over and buried half of its head in the bouquet to lick. No one could stop it. People who didn't have cats wouldn't pay attention to their cat's obsession with flowers, and cat owners wouldn't necessarily pay attention to whether their cats liked to eat flowers or not. Cats were carnivores, there was no doubt about it. However, sometimes they could be seen chewing on grass when they were out walking. People attributed this to the cat's self-preservation, vomiting. Except for Zheng Tan and some other special species and individuals, most cats spent a lot of time licking their fur every day. Their stomachs would form fur balls, and some non-toxic, fiber-rich plants would stimulate their stomachs and cause them to vomit fur balls. However, sometimes people would overlook some things, such as the fact that eating certain plants could make them sick. Many plants were poisonous to cats, such as castor beans, rhododendrons, lilies of the valley, chrysanthemums, oleanders, hydrangeas, and so on. However, the degree of toxicity varied. Different cats might have different preferences and tolerance levels. Some cat friends who had done research in this area were afraid of plants from the Liliaceae family. Perhaps to humans Liliaceae plants were nothing, but Liliaceae plants could make cats very sick. According to veterinarians and toxicologists, Liliaceae plants could be one of the main causes of acute kidney failure in cats. Zheng Tan heard this when he was eavesdropping on some old men in the courtyard. Old Man Lon also noticed the flowers in the small garden that weren't protected by fences. He found that the sheriff only nibbled on a few types of flowers, especially orchids. These types of flowers weren't listed as dangerous to cats, so Old Man Lon didn't care about it anymore. Animals like cats were very difficult to restrain, especially ones like the sheriff who had been left alone for a few years. The sheriff ran around outside all day, and according to this guy's behavior, he probably nibbled on a lot of flowers when he was wandering around the campus. However, he didn't get sick from nibbling on flowers, which meant that this guy didn't nibble on flowers that were dangerous to him. As for orchids, seeing that this guy had nibbled on so many, it should be okay, right? However, cats were carnivores after all. Nibbling on too many orchids wasn't necessarily a good thing. There had to be a limit to everything. Cats were one of the animals that loved to seek death the most. They were always curious about the world and didn't learn from their mistakes. Even the widely known 3 idiots of the sleigh couldn't compare to them. Many cats that ate flowers and plants might vomit, have convulsions, liver failure, or even die. However, these nymphomaniacs just didn't want to learn from their mistakes. Even if they were tricked again and again, many cats would still repeatedly eat the flowers and plants that sent them to the hospital. Some people said that cats like flowers because they liked the sweetness of flowers, but others sneered at them. A lot of research and reports showed that cats had lost the ability to digest carbohydrates during evolution and couldn't taste the sweetness. As for why they loved to be nymphomaniacs, there were different opinions. Zheng Tan had smelled many types of orchids from Old Man Lon. Old Man Lon had a lot of orchids in his house. For Zheng Tan, he didn't feel that these flowers were very attractive to him. So it could only be said that he and the sheriff had different preferences. When Zheng Tan looked over again, the sheriff was no longer nibbling on flowers. He ran to the big flower pot where he often pooped and started to poop. Zheng Tan jumped down from the wall of the small flower bed and immediately left. He didn't want to be the sheriff's scapegoat. Even if Old Man Lon knew that Zheng Tan was innocent, there were other people in the small flower bed. They might not think so. Things like pooping and nibbling on flowers should be left to the sheriff. When he got home, Zheng Tan looked at the photo on the bedside table in the master bedroom. He was in a very good mood. When Zheng Tan first came to the master bedroom, there were only 3 people in the photo on the bedside table: Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, and Jiao Yuan. Now there were 4 people and 1 cat. There were also little Pomelo and Zheng Tan. A family of 5. The Jiao family was in a good mood these days. The crisis had been resolved. After confirming that little Pomelo wouldn't leave with her mother, Jiao Yuan started to show off again. He didn't have the nervousness of a third-year middle school student at all. However, there was no need to be too nervous. Jiao Yuan's grades weren't bad. Even if his grades weren't ideal, they would definitely go to Tsinghua University's affiliated high school. Many children of Tsinghua University's teachers would receive preferential treatment. At night, Jiao Pa went to work in the yard after dinner. Jiao Ma was cleaning the house. Jiao Yuan didn't go to the evening self-study class. He stayed at home reading some magazines that Jiao Pa subscribed to. Zheng Tan sat on the sofa and watched TV with little Pomelo. "Hey Pomelo, this article says that wearing metal-rimmed glasses will significantly increase the absorption rate of the phone's antenna to the human body. The absorption rate to the human eye will increase by more than double. Do you think this is true?" Jiao Yuan asked. Little Pomelo thought for a while and shook her head. "I don't know much about this." "Okay. We'll discuss it with Suen and the others. If it still doesn't work, we'll ask the old geezers from the physics department." Since there were many old geezers from the physics department in the courtyard, Jiao Yuan would ask anyone he could find. As they were talking, the phone in the master bedroom rang. Jiao Yuan didn't raise his head and said, "Black charcoal. It's probably your corruption." Jiao Yuan had always been envious of Zheng Tan's corruption at entertainment venues. Zheng Tan glanced at Jiao Yuan. This guy was just too lazy to get up to answer the phone. When little Pomelo was about to get up to answer the phone, Zheng Tan moved. He ran to the master bedroom and jumped on the table where the phone was placed. He pressed the speaker button so that Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo could hear it in the living room. Little Pomelo also lowered the volume of the television. Jiao Yuan didn't raise his head, but his ears were perked up as he listened to the phone. Zheng Tan felt that the number on the screen was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. After pressing the speaker button, he heard a sharp chirp coming from the speaker. Zheng Tan was speechless. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo, who were sitting in the living room, remembered who it was. Chide. The two of them said at the same time. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Then there was an even louder chirp. It was obviously happy that someone could call out its name. Jiao Ma came over. She blocked Jiao Yuan, who was running over to pick up the phone, and picked up the phone. Zheng Tan was listening to the phone. It was no longer Chi Dada's chirp, but its owner, Pei Liang's voice. Chi Dada had just finished filming a guest scene in a TV series. Pei Liang planned to take Chi Dada home first. They passed by Chuhua City and planned to visit. It was the weekend when they arrived. Jiao Ma said yes repeatedly. She liked the monkey very much. The silly monkey wanted to come over. Zheng Tan checked the cupboard where he hid his things and made sure that it was locked. This was to prevent the silly monkey from rummaging through it. That monkey had no moral integrity. Pei Liang didn't plan to call the Jiao family. He had come to Chuhua City to meet Celestine, Er Mao, and He Tao. When he turned around, he saw Chi Dada calling the Jiao family. Since he had already made the call, he decided to tell the Jiao family that he would visit them later. After the call, Pei Liang looked at Chi Dada, who was looking at him expectantly. Are you going to invite that little friend to your house? Chi Dada grinned widely. Pei Liang touched his chin. Why do I feel that you are thinking about something else? Chapter 284. Many people said that cats held grudges, but in fact cats were not the only animals that held grudges. For example, Chi Dada, this silly monkey. Perhaps it remembered that it had a conflict with Zheng Tan in the past, or maybe it didn't want to provoke Zheng Tan. So when Pei Liang brought it to visit the Jiao family, this guy wore a new set of Monkey King clothes and played with the Jingu Bang in front of the Jiao family. Then it slipped and hit Zheng Tan's drinking bowl on a chair not far away. The Jiao family's living room was not big. Originally, the Jiao Ma wanted to see Chi Dada play with the Jingu Bang, so she moved Zheng Tan's chair to the side so it wouldn't be hit. Unexpectedly, it still got hit. This silly monkey hid behind Pei Liang, as if it had done something wrong. The Jiao Ma comforted it by saying, "It's okay, don't worry about it." Zheng Tan stared at Chi Dada from the sofa. This guy just grinned at him behind Pei Liang's back. The Jiao family also noticed this, but they didn't think it was a big deal, so they just smiled and let it go. Zheng Tan didn't say anything, so Chi Dada showed off. However, when this guy ran to little Pomelo's room to play with the cat tree and wanted to open the hidden drawer, Zheng Tan closed the door and beat this guy up. Jiao Ma was afraid that something bad would happen outside, so she called Zheng Tan several times. Zheng Tan opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Chi Dada ran to Pei Liang's side and showed its teeth to Zheng Tan. This guy only remembered what he had eaten, but not what he had beaten. It was said that a monkey's IQ was about the same as a 7 or 8-year-old child's. Zheng Tan thought about the 7 or 8-year-old child's IQ and sighed in his heart. This monkey would probably be a brat for the rest of its life. He really deserved a beating. According to Pei Liang, they had stayed at home during the peak tourist season in November. After all, there were only a few times a year when business was booming. At that time, there was a lot of income. In addition to Chi Dada's reputation, many tourists went there for it. Therefore, Chi Dada stayed at home during that time. Pei Liang waited until the golden Monday of the 11th, and the peak period of travel was over before he brought Chi Dada out to continue earning money under the urging of a film crew director. This time, it was his child's birthday. He was clamoring for Chi Dada to go back and spend it with him. The production team had also temporarily come to an end. Only then did Pei Liang decide to take Chi Dada home and rest for a while. Otherwise, Chi Dada wouldn't have cooperated. After receiving the call from home, it kept thinking about going home. During the last 2 days on set, It was also absent-minded. If it weren't for Pei Liang's supervision, it would have already thrown off its artificial tiger skin skirt and quit. Pei Liang didn't stay at the Jiao family for dinner. He and his fellow disciples had plans to go to Celestine's house in the evening for a gathering. Zheng Tan was also invited to go with them. Celestine, Mao, Walnut, and Pei Liang drank a little too much. That night, they stayed in Celestine's guest room to sleep. Zheng Tan also stayed there. When he heard Mao and Pei Liang's conversation, he knew that Mao wanted to go with them to Pei Liang's house to play. Anyway, he didn't have much to do on weekdays. Coincidentally, his girlfriend also happened to be free. Now that they had avoided the peak tourist season, they didn't have to worry about traffic jams and crowds. Pei Liang naturally didn't have any objections. However, the two of them were still thinking about whether they should bring Zheng Tan along. Pei Liang knew that Qi Dada had always wanted Zheng Tan to go with them. He didn't know what his monkey was planning, but if it was possible, it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring it along. After all, they wouldn't be back for too long. In November, they would be invited by a film crew to go to a coastal city in the east. If the black cat was really as sensible as everyone said, it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring it along. Mao was quite in favor of it. He had brought Zheng Tan out a few times. Although there were a few times when something happened, from those incidents, there was no problem at all to bring it along. Besides, this time he also planned to bring Black Rice along. He didn't feel safe leaving Black Rice in the pet center. 2 days ago, he saw that bastard cat called Peanut Candy again. It was safer to bring Black Rice with them. If Black Coal followed them, it could keep Black Rice company. If Black Rice was alone, Black Rice would probably be anxious. Moreover, Mao felt that Black Coal wouldn't pose any threat to Black Rice. Whether or not Zheng Tan could go with Mao and the others, they needed the approval of the Jiao family. When Mao and Pei Liang told the Jiaopa and Jiaoma about this, the Jiaoma objected as expected. She was worried about going so far away with no one from her family following them. As for the Jiaopa, he asked for Zheng Tan's opinion. Zheng Tan really wanted to go on a long trip. Recently, little Pomelo's academic burden had increased. In addition to the usual homework and exams, there were also competitions on Saturdays and Sundays. Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa didn't actually give her much pressure. Competitions and things like that didn't matter to the Jiao Pa. It was completely based on interest. Participating in the competition training was little Pomelo's own idea. A few of her classmates who were good friends signed up for the training together. It was good to hang out more with other classmates. However, Zheng Tan spent a lot of time alone at home. Now that he didn't see anyone at home on Saturdays and Sundays, Zheng Tan was bored. Qi Dada even took out an invitation and placed it in front of Zheng Tan. The Jiao family didn't know what to say. Knowing that Mao was going with them, he could bring Zheng Tan along. After a few days, he could bring Zheng Tan back together. After all, they were acquaintances. The Jiaopa and Jiaoma were a little relieved. In the end, the Jiaopa agreed to let Zheng Tan go with them. However, the condition was that Zheng Tan had to bring his other cat tag. This was a new one made by the Jiaopa. When Zheng Tan went on a long trip, he could bring this cat tag with a tracking device. After all, everyone was afraid that cats would go wild. With this tag, it would be easier to find them in time if they were in danger. Pei Liang asked the Jiao family to go to his house to play when they had holidays. This time, Zheng Tan was going to check out the place. The Jiao Ma prepared a lot of things for Zheng Tan. There was a big package of daily necessities. Zheng Tan also put in the small backpack. There were a lot of notes in it in case of emergency. Pei Liang drove his own car with Qi Dada, while Mao drove his new off-road car with his girlfriend and 2 cats, following behind them. At first, Black Rice wasn't very quiet in the car. It seemed a little anxious. If it wasn't for the familiar scent in the car, it would have gone crazy. However, gradually, probably influenced by Zheng Tan's calmness and Gongqin's comforting, it calmed down. Zheng Tan decided to go out for a walk. First, it was really boring at home. Recently, he was too lazy to wander around. Because of Lu Ba, Zheng Tan didn't have the mood to play with his phone. So he decided to go out for a walk. In the morning, they set off from Chuhua City. They took a few breaks along the way. After all, they weren't in a rush. They also needed to rest to avoid driving tired. On the afternoon of the third day, they arrived at the county where Pei Liang's house was located. Zheng Tan didn't need to take care of much. As for black rice, Gong Qin was there. This professional took good care of black rice. Black rice didn't feel anxious on the way back. Probably because it knew that they were almost home. Chi Dada became restless. It was so happy that it chirped. No matter how good it was outside, it was always happy to be back in its own territory. Zheng Tan looked outside. He had never been here before. He had only seen the advertisements of this place in some travel magazines. After seeing it with his own eyes, he sighed in his heart that this was indeed a popular tourist attraction. The scenery was indeed very good. The air quality was something that Chuhua City could not compare to. He didn't know if it was for tourism. Many of the surrounding villagers had built their houses in a uniform style with local characteristics. Along the way, Zheng Tan saw many vendors selling souvenirs. Gong Qin had never been here before. She had been to another tourist spot in the same province. After all, every tourist spot had its own characteristics. The souvenirs were the same. After seeing them, she wanted to buy some. These don't need to be too rare. Also, the souvenirs here are not very authentic. They are all for scamming tourists who don't know anything. They had installed a wireless intercom device in the car. Along the way, Pei Liang had explained the situation here to them. Now that he heard Gong Qin say that she wanted to buy souvenirs from the vendors, he smiled and explained some inside information to Gong Qin. Hey, don't tell anyone what I said. Otherwise, the villagers will take it out on me. Pei Liang joked. I know. Mao replied. He also looked at the scenery along the way. During the National Day, this place was full of people. Now it's empty. Pei Liang said. Zheng Tan looked over. Some vendors didn't seem to be in good spirits. Now that the peak period was over, they came out to set up their stalls. They were chatting with each other. Some were directly lying there and taking a nap. Gg. Chi Dada was restless again. However, listening to the sound, it didn't seem to be all Chi Dada. Zheng Tan looked out from the car window, which was 1/3 open. Sure enough, there was a monkey similar to Chi Dada at a stall over there. It was jumping on the stall and shouting at Pei Liang's car. Listening to the sound of these two monkeys, it didn't seem to be particularly friendly. It was more like enemies on a narrow road. There are many families raising monkeys in the village now. Although there are policies from above, there are also countermeasures from below. There are many monkeys in the nearby mountains. There used to be a lot of poachers. Isn't there a famous dish made with monkey brains? Later, the higher-ups sent people over to supervise. It was much better. The number of monkeys increased again. In fact, it's mainly because the villagers are good. They protect the monkeys. If the villagers don't cooperate, those illegal vendors still have a chance. This was true. Some wild animals in nature reserves were poached. The locals played an important role in it. In terms of protection, the locals also made a lot of contributions. Mao said in private that although Pei Liang and the people here looked very hospitable and kind, they were all good at fighting, regardless of whether they were adults or children. Perhaps it was because of the intentional protection of the people here that the monkeys here lived more freely than in many other places. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan saw the monkey at the stall take something from the glass tank next to it and throw it at Pei Liang's car. Originally, Zheng Tan thought that the monkey threw something like a fish because the stall also sold some aquatic animals. However, according to Pei Liang, the monkey just threw a bunch of seaweed, because throwing fish would cause them to be scolded. Being thrown something, Chi Dada in the car couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted and wanted to rush out to fight. If this was normal, these two would probably throw things at each other again. After Pei Liang scolded Chi Dada, he explained to Mao and the others. What do these two usually throw? Mao was curious. A lot. Throwing seaweed and mud is good. They have thrown all the pots and pans at home. These two are so funny. Mao was happy. This is nothing. These two used to throw shit at each other. Pei Liang didn't care. Chapter 285. The living conditions of Pei Liang and the others here were pretty good, both physically and spiritually. To use a cliché question, if you ask the people here, are you happy? Most people would probably say that they were happy. especially those naughty children who were accompanied by countless funny monkeys in their childhood. Along the way, Zheng Tan saw the behavior of some of the children who were left to their own devices. They were definitely the worst of the bunch. She could imagine how Pei Liang must have felt when he complained about his own children being tormented by Qi Dada when they were young. Therefore, after Zheng Tan arrived here, he made a list of 2 stay away for himself. First, stay away from the kids. Second, stay away from the silly monkeys. He didn't want to be targeted by the kids or hit by a pile of feces when he was walking around the hillside. Pei Liang's family had already received a call from Pei Liang and were waiting at the door. When the car arrived and the door opened, the people didn't move. The monkeys went first. The line of people welcoming them definitely didn't shout Pei Liang's name first. Qi Dada is back. Ayo Qi Dada, Grandma missed you so much. Come Qi Dada, let Grandpa give you a hug. Looking at the family surrounding Qi Dada, Pei Liang counted. He left home after the peak of the National Day holiday. It had only been a month since then. Was this the so-called long time? After hugging Qi Dada, Pei Liang's children looked at the black cat that came out of the other car. Look, it's that cat. What's it called? Pei Liang's youngest son pointed at Zheng Tan and shouted. Zheng Tan glanced at the little kid. He heard from Pei Liang that the family had seen the photos he took of Qi Dada, Zheng Tan and He Jin. Therefore, the family had an impression of Zheng Tan. However, Zheng Tan's name had obviously been forgotten and replaced by what's it called? After being sick of Qi Dada, the Pei family finally became hospitable. They brought Mao and the others into the house. The guest rooms had already been arranged. Now that it was no longer the peak of the holiday season, the guest rooms were empty. There was no need to worry about not having a place to stay. The bedsheets were freshly washed and dried, not the old bedsheets that had been used many times in the guest rooms. From many details, it could be seen that the Pei family had indeed put in a lot of effort into the arrangements. Even Zheng Tan had a small room. When the Pei family first heard that a cat had to be given a separate room, they were quite puzzled. However, since Pei Liang had said so, it wasn't a big deal to give it an extra room. This cat looks good. An elder in Pei Liang's family looked at Zheng Tan and nodded. Don't underestimate that cat. If it wasn't for its family telling it to keep a low profile, its popularity might not be any lower than Boss Qi's, Pei Liang said to his family. This was also to prevent his family from neglecting Zheng Tan too much. I can see that. An old man stroked his beard. A cat with intelligence should indeed be treated well. The elders believed in mysterious things, so compared to the younger members of the Pei family, the elders of the Pei family were much more amiable to Zheng Tan. Out of Zheng Tan's expectations, Boss Qi didn't provoke Zheng Tan in his own territory. In front of the elders, Boss Qi was very obedient. Zheng Tan looked down on him endlessly. He really knew how to act. However, this was also a good thing. If Boss Qi didn't provoke Zheng Tan could also have a good rest. On the first day of their arrival at the Pei family, they didn't go up the mountain. Pei Liang and Mao needed a good rest. The drive was tiring. Heimi and Mao were in the same room. Mao and the others were busy comforting Heimi to adapt to the unfamiliar environment. In comparison, Zheng Tan was the most relaxed one. Zheng Tan's room didn't have a balcony. He didn't need one. He squatted on the windowsill and looked at the mountain and the surrounding scenery in the distance. To be listed as a tourist attraction, the scenery was obviously not bad. However, Zheng Tan didn't care about the scenery. He cared more about the monkeys on the mountain. If there were many monkeys on the mountain, would he be surrounded if he went up the mountain for a walk? However, from here, he couldn't see how many monkeys there were on the mountain. From time to time, there would be some commotion because of some monkey or some naughty child. On the first day, it was a good night. On the second day, Mao carried a big backpack and followed Pei Liang up the mountain to play in high spirits. Zheng Tan didn't carry a backpack. It was inconvenient to carry it. In the dense forest on the mountain, it was more comfortable to run naked. As they walked up the mountain, Zheng Tan didn't see any other monkeys. Around him, only Boss Qi was active in the forest. Didn't you say that there were many monkeys here? I didn't see many, Mao said. We haven't reached the place yet. Pei Liang pointed in front. You'll see it after walking for a while. Just as Pei Liang said, after walking for another 10 minutes, Zheng Tan heard some sounds. A stream flowed down from the mountain. On a big rock next to the stream, there were a few monkeys. There were 3 female monkeys, each with a little monkey. One of the little monkeys was nestled in the arms of the mother monkey and drinking milk. It didn't even look at Zheng Tan and the others. The other 2 little monkeys were curiously looking at Zheng Tan and the others. Zheng Tan wanted to say to those monkeys, "Guys, it's time to show off." Mao and Gong Qin took a few photos. Those monkeys weren't afraid of people. Except for some vigilance in their eyes, they didn't run away because of the sound of the photos. They probably encountered this kind of situation on a daily basis. Keeping a distance, Pei Liang didn't disturb the monkey's comfortable life. He continued to lead Mao and the others forward. "Hey, what's that place?" Mao pointed at a large building diagonally in front of them. "A hotel on the mountain?" "No, that's the research base of a few universities. They provide some inspection programs. Usually, the villagers who have monkeys at home will come here regularly to give the monkeys a physical examination. Chi Dada is one of them. With these people's health certificates and medical records, it's easier to mingle outside. For someone like Chi Dada who often travels around the country, the physical examination is more stringent. For example, don't look at how friendly the crew is when they talk to you. If you don't have a health certificate, or if you don't have a medical record for a period of time, those people will be on guard. I've heard a few crew members say that wild animals like Chi Dada carry some kind of virus or disease. After all, animals are different from humans. If Chi Dada wants to mingle in human society, he still needs to work hard." Chi Dada didn't know if he understood Pei Liang's words, but he chirped twice. When Pei Liang passed by with Mao and the others, there were a few people playing football outside the base. There were also a few monkeys watching around. It was unknown if they understood the rules. "Hey, Brother Pei, didn't you bring Big Star Chi around for filming?" A young man in his 20s said to Pei Liang. Judging from their tone and Chi Dada's reaction, Pei Liang was more familiar with these people. "We came back to celebrate the child's birthday. In a few days, we'll go out for filming." Pei Liang sat down on a wooden stool and took a fruit plate from a student for Mao and the others. "What research have you been doing recently?" Pei Liang asked the students. The young man who was familiar with Pei Liang wiped his sweat and sat down. They studied the triangular distribution of the palmar skin pattern of the macaque population in this place, the intestinal parasite infection of the macaques on the mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, and so on. As for me, I just sorted out some data based on the examination records of the monkeys in the mountain and the village. I made a summary of physiological indicators such as hematology and cardiopulmonary function, including blood routine, blood biochemistry, blood coagulation function, blood pressure, electrocardiogram, breathing, and so on. I found that there are differences between male and female macaques in red blood cell hemoglobin concentration, albumin, blood sugar, blood calcium, triglyceride, and so on. Actually it's just like that. Zheng Tan had lived in the Jiao family for a long time and had heard some terms a few times, so it was not impossible for him to understand. Mao was more interested in intestinal parasite infection. He had once read a book that said that cats could also have intestinal parasite infection, so he asked, "How do you test for intestinal parasite infection?" "Collect feces for testing," the students said matter-of-factly and enthusiastically explained to Mao in detail. Mao was speechless. He still had to pick up feces? According to them, it would be best if the feces were freshly excreted. If he wanted to take hundreds of samples, he would have to face hundreds of piles. These students were really intolerable. The base did not allow outsiders to enter. Pei Liang planned to bring Chi Dada alone tomorrow for a checkup. Chi Dada had been eating a lot lately, so Pei Liang was afraid that Chi Dada's intestines would have problems. They did not stay at the base for long. This was not a tourist area, and Zheng Tan had seen a few warning signs. Usually tour groups would avoid going up the mountain. There was indeed a hotel on the mountain, and the owner of the hotel had a good relationship with Pei Liang. When he saw Chi Dada, his face was full of smiles. It seemed that Chi Dada had helped them make a lot of money, and the people here treated Chi Dada as if he was their ancestor. Pei Liang and Mao were fine, But Gong Qin's stamina was not good, so they decided to take a nap in the hotel on the mountain. Zheng Tan could not sleep, but he did not feel tired. Instead of staying in this hotel full of strangers and scrutinizing eyes, he would rather go out for a walk. Don't go too far. Come back in 1 or 2 hours. If you get lost, I will not be able to explain it to your cat parents. Mao shouted at the black figure outside the window. Zheng Tan turned around and glanced at him, indicating that he understood. 5 minutes after Zheng Tan left the hotel, Qi Dada found an opportunity and jumped out of the window. Before Pei Liang could say anything, Qi Dada had already jumped out and ran far away. Pei Liang could not call it back. Once back in this familiar forest, Qi Dada's temper became wild. He was not as dependent on Pei Liang as he was outside. Hey, what are you worried about? Qi Dada grew up in this mountain. He will be back after playing for a while, the hotel owner said. I am not worried that it will get lost. I am worried that this guy is up to no good again. Pei Liang asked Mao to keep an eye on the black cat, and to keep an eye on it. Don't worry, I know. However, Senior Pei, let me give you a heads up. Don't underestimate that black coal. Even if Qi Dada is up to no good, it is hard to say who will be at a disadvantage. On the other side, Zheng Tan was paying attention to his surroundings as he walked. He had to be more alert on the mountain so that he would not be at a disadvantage. There were many animal scents on the mountain. Perhaps people would not see them normally, especially some animals that like to pee and mark the ground. As for the most obvious scent around, it was of course the monkeys. As he walked, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He looked behind him. A figure flew over from the forest. In a few breaths, it stood on a tree 3 meters away from Zheng Tan. Qi Dada looked down at Zheng Tan, and then let out a cry. Looking for help? Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes. Chapter 286. When Qi Dada appeared, Zheng Tan was already mentally prepared. When he heard some movements coming from afar, Zheng Tan didn't stand there and stare at Qi Dada. Outnumbered, he would be a fool if he didn't run. Qi Dada originally planned to make an even more flirtatious pose, but in the blink of an eye, he saw the black cat run away. In Qi Dada's impression, Zheng Tan was very fierce, very difficult to get along with, very bad-tempered, and would start a fight at the slightest provocation. Therefore, Qi Dada always thought that Zheng Tan would bravely fight with the little friends he summoned. However, the current situation made Qi Dada stunned. 2 seconds later, Qi Dada came back to his senses and hurriedly chased. Although his little friends hadn't arrived yet, it wasn't easy for that cat to come to his real territory. He wouldn't feel good if he didn't take revenge. Chase. Zheng Tan ran very fast. At the same time, he also paid attention to the surrounding terrain, so that he wouldn't forget the way. He couldn't run back now. Those monkeys were over there. Therefore, Zheng Tan kept going forward. A large area of the mountain was covered in dense woods, and there were all kinds of shrubs below. Zheng Tan ran on the ground, leaving the sounds behind him farther and farther away. Only Qi Dada was a little closer. However, Qi Dada didn't stay idle while chasing. He made a series of sounds, probably continuing to summon his little friends. Mao said that he didn't see many monkeys on the mountain, but now Zheng Tan fully realized that in this place, there were indeed many monkeys on the mountain. Although the pursuers behind didn't catch up, Zheng Tan heard some movement in front. The surrounding monkeys that could hear Qi Dada's voice gathered here. Zheng Tan's heart trembled. From the sound, he could tell that there were many monkeys. There were probably 20 or 30 or even more. Zheng Tan could deal with 2 or 3, but he wasn't sure if there were too many. Moreover, this was the monkeys' home ground. Some monkeys were already approaching from the side. Pa! A pinecone-like thing smashed at Zheng Tan's feet. Zheng Tan just glanced at it from the corner of his eyes and didn't pay much attention to it. He continued to run. Papa! One after another, some unknown objects were thrown over. These monkeys had probably thrown a lot of things on a daily basis, so their accuracy was not bad. If Zheng Tan did not run and stayed in the same place, the monkeys would probably have a 90% hit rate. Zheng Tan's body was also hit a few times. It didn't hurt, but it was very annoying. In addition, Qi Dada's gloating voice made Zheng Tan very angry. With enemies in front, pursuers behind, and attacks from the side, Zhang Tan leaped up and landed on a tree nearby. Instead of running forward, he used the momentum to turn around and run across the tree. A few monkeys that had picked up something from the side and were about to throw it at Zhang Tan were too surprised to react. They maintained their throwing posture, but their eyes followed Zhang Tan's figure. The moment Chi Dada, who was chasing closely behind, saw the figure dashing over from the tree, its screams came to an abrupt halt. It grabbed onto a branch to stop itself. It was surprised that the cat could jump so agilely on the tree like the monkeys. Moreover, when it saw the figure dashing over, Chi Dada was inexplicably scared. However, when it saw that there were still a few of its companions around, Chi Dada's cowardice swelled up again. It shouted at Zhang Tan. Whether it was a demonstration or cursing, Zhang Tan expressed that he didn't understand at all. In the past, whenever Fu Lei got into a fight, he would target the person that he hated the most. Zhang Tan planned to do the same. Now that he had no choice but to meet the group of monkeys, a group battle was unavoidable. All he wanted to do now was to give Boss Chi a good beating. Chi Dada dodged Zhang Tan's kick, but he didn't dodge Zhang Tan's slap. As a result, he was directly slapped down the tree. After all, he was a monkey and had an advantage in his own territory. Chi Dada grabbed a branch and landed steadily on the ground. He retreated, touched the shoulder that had just been slapped, and shouted at Zhang Tan, who had landed 3 or 4 meters away. Then he picked up a pine cone that had been thrown by the other monkeys and threw it at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan knew what Chi Dada was going to do when he glanced at the ground next to him. He originally planned to dodge, but he didn't expect that there was a branch about 3 centimeters in diameter and half a meter long. He directly grabbed the branch with his 2 claws, aimed at the pine cone thrown at him, and swung it. Pa! The pine cone was hit back by the branch and hit Chi Dada's forehead. Zhang Tan wasn't in the zone when he held the branch, so he didn't control the strength of his swing well. When the pine cone hit back, it was a little too high. The reason it hit Chi Dada's forehead was because it was too engrossed in watching the pine cone being hit. When it fell from a high place, it forgot to react and was directly hit on the forehead by the falling pine cone. A few monkeys squatting on the trees saw this and shouted. A few of them seemed to be jumping happily, and one of them was even clapping. Zhang Tan was speechless. Chi Dada was hit, so why were these monkeys so excited? Chi Dada was also dumbfounded. Although its companions had no knowledge, culture, and common sense, Chi Dada thought that it was a high-level intellectual who had seen the world. It had seen many cats, but it had never seen a cat with all 4 limbs walking on 2 legs. Moreover, the black cat in front of it was hugging such a thick branch. Did a cat have such great strength? Chi Dada suddenly had a bad feeling. There were several stations in this mountainous area to deal with unexpected situations. If tourists were to encounter accidents or other problems, they would be able to get help in time. In addition to helping tourists, these stations would also guard against poachers and prevent forest fires during the dry season. Of course, they would also pay attention to the monkeys in the mountains. At this moment, a staff member on duty at a nearby station was surprised to see the sound waveform of a certain area displayed on the screen. They had been working here for a few years, and were able to analyze the sounds made by the monkeys and the emotions they expressed. Some people in the research base had even tutored them. Seeing the waveform, the staff member on duty quickly nudged another colleague who was taking a nap. Something's wrong. The person who had just woken up yawned, but didn't dawdle. They were worried that someone would come over to attack the monkeys again. They couldn't accurately distinguish what kind of sound the monkeys were making from the distorted and noisy audio transmitted by the equipment. Even if it was a scream, there were several kinds. Generally speaking, if there were poachers or some large beasts that could cause serious danger to the monkeys would make a scream with fear and vigilance. The information in their hands listed a kind of scream made by macaque monkeys when they were in a fierce conflict. When the monkeys made this kind of sound, they would confront each other, retreat, tremble, look around in panic, and be ready to escape at any time. If they encountered this kind of sound waveform, something must have happened. The staff on duty would immediately rush over, but now, those monkeys are excited? The sound and waveform made them very confused. In order to make an accurate judgment, the staff on duty took out a waveform chart that a professor who studied the local wild macaque monkeys had given them. It showed what kind of waveform corresponded to the emotions of the monkeys. Even if it couldn't be said to be 100% accurate, it had always been correct in the past few years. It had a very important reference value. Yes, those monkeys are indeed excited. Do you want to go and take a look? No need. Those monkeys probably found something fun again. I'll go and take a look. It's safer. The staff on duty printed an oscilloscope chart displayed on the equipment as a record and said, "Forget it, I'll go with you. If something really happens, I can help." Sigh, it's not easy to serve monkeys. Zheng Tan didn't know that someone had noticed him. He just knocked back the fruit that Chi Dada threw over. This time he didn't hit Chi Dada, mainly because the guy was prepared and dodged quickly. Moreover, Zheng Tan couldn't control the direction of the knock. At most, he could knock the thing in the direction of the target, but he might not have the luck and accuracy of the first time. Of course, for the surrounding monkeys, accuracy wasn't important. What was important was that Zheng Tan knocked the thing out. Zheng Tan now finally understood what the monkeys were happy about. He found a few familiar monkeys. Perhaps to people, monkeys looked the same, but Zheng Tan could still distinguish some differences. Those familiar monkeys were the ones that Zheng Tan had seen at the base when he followed Airmao, and the others up the mountain. At that time, those monkeys were watching the students at the base play football. It was said that there were also many monkeys watching the students play badminton and fitness ball. Sometimes they would even cheer. Just like when Zheng Tan knocked back the pine cone that Chi Dada threw over, those monkeys shouted happily. This made Zheng Tan very speechless. He was prepared for a tough battle, but he didn't expect such a situation. Also, Zheng Tan thought that these monkeys were too dangerous. After all, this was a tourist area. Although these monkeys were wild, they had a lot of contact with people and were more gentle. Even if they were mischievous and occasionally played pranks, they wouldn't attack people or other animals. There were many people in the village who raised cats. Although they were summoned by Chi Dada, they didn't have much hostility toward Zheng Tan. In addition, Zheng Tan waved the branch very well, which was similar to the students at the base playing badminton. Therefore, this group of monkeys instantly changed from fighters to amusing. What should he say? What could he say? He looked at Chi Dada and then at the surrounding monkeys. Alas! To be more artistic, it was called one who is close to ink. To put it bluntly, it was called birds of a feather flock together. Otherwise, why would the friends of the amusing monkeys all be amusing? The amusing monkeys were much happier. Suddenly, a monkey found some movement not far away and called out a few times. The other monkeys also looked in that direction. It was the two guards on duty. Zheng Tan also realized that someone was coming. He threw away the branch in his hand and ran away. After Zheng Tan left, an adult monkey that often came to the base to watch came down from the tree and picked up the branch. Immediately, a monkey beside him threw a pine cone. The monkey holding the wooden stick pouted its mouth and swung the stick. Pa! Although it took some effort, and the stick wasn't swung in the direction of Chi Dada, the pine cone was magically hit and flew straight to Chi Dada. It hit the unprepared Chi Dada's leg. The monkeys around them slapped the branches and legs as they jumped up and down and shouted happily. Chi Dada! He wanted to cry. On the other side, Zheng Tan, who had run away, wanted to go back directly. However, he smelled a scent. It was a little familiar, but not completely familiar. Chapter 287. Zheng Tan felt that the smell was familiar, because he had smelled it many times in the east courtyard. He had even smelled it a few days ago. Following the smell, Zheng Tan soon arrived at a steep slope. Usually, even if there were tour groups passing by here, they wouldn't come close. Or maybe they would just come close to take a few cool photos from afar. They wouldn't go down. It was too dangerous for people. If they didn't pay attention, they would roll down. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. However, for Zheng Tan this was nothing. He had even climbed walls in the past few years as a cat. Why would he be afraid of this kind of steep slope? Standing on top, Zheng Tan looked down. He could see clumps of grass and leaves. They grew a little densely. At first glance, people who didn't understand would think that they were weeds. If Zheng Tan hadn't smelled the fragrance, he wouldn't have been able to find it. Without the fragrance, even if he saw it, he might not have thought of Old Man Land's favorite flowers. However, why did he smell it carefully and feel that it was a little different from Old Man Land's flowers? Puzzled, Zheng Tan went down. Although the slope was steep and there were many rocks, Zheng Tan could easily climb down. Old Man Lan loved orchids, and he was also famous for cultivating some of the more expensive varieties of orchids. Those who knew Old Man Lan would know that the old man's favorite wasn't those expensive flowers that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. The old man's favorite was the relatively cheap ironbone that many orchids had cultivated before. Just like Old Man Lan's name. Everyone in the courtyard knew that Professor Lan was good at raising flowers, but now many people had forgotten Professor Lan's name, Lan Tai. Maybe it was because of the name, or maybe it was because of other reasons, but Old Man Lan preferred Lan Tai. Other than some areas in the south that were suitable for growing orchids, many orchids in the country had the same feeling. Lan Tai was diligent and lazy. The leaves grew fast, but the flowers rarely bloomed. Some people raised them for a few years without seeing them bloom. However, Old Man Lan was really good at raising orchids. Zheng Tan could smell the fragrance of Lan Tai every year. Maybe these flowers didn't bloom in the same pot, but it didn't affect Zheng Tan's familiarity with the smell. Zheng Tan looked at the grass at the bottom of the slope and found the source of the fragrance. Somewhere in the bushes, 5 white flowers bloomed from an upright flower pot. Looking at the appearance of the flowers, they were similar to the ones Old Man Lan grew. Apart from the slight difference in color, the 5 white flowers had a jade-like texture. They grew better than the flowers at Old Man Lan's place. The fragrance was also different from the ones at Old Man Lan's place. It was quite comfortable to smell them. Zheng Tan didn't know much about orchids. Even though he had seen a lot of them, he didn't pay much attention to them. He felt that the leaves of orchids were all the same, so he could only judge from the flower in front of him that it was the same type as the one Old Man Lan raised. If Old Man Lan was here, he would be able to deduce what kind of flower it would bloom based on the leaf shape, leaf pant, and leaf texture. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan didn't know anything. He didn't understand, nor did he care much about it. He had once despised Old Man Lan's obsession with orchids. Wasn't it just flowers? Why did he have to go to such lengths? Zheng Tan stared at the flower in front of him, trying to figure out what was so attractive about it. 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed, half an hour passed, another gust of wind blew by, and some fine stones fell from the top of the steep slope, landing on Zheng Tan's head and beside his feet. Zheng Tan came back to his senses. Unknowingly, he had been staring at the orchids in front of him for a long time. This wasn't normal. Zheng Tan usually didn't have much interest in flowers. He had even looked at the pots of orchids that Old Man Lan sold at a high price. However, he had never been in such a daze while looking at flowers. Zheng Tan took 2 steps back and looked at the flowers in front of him again. This time he didn't stare at them carefully. His gaze moved to the leaves beside the flowers. Zheng Tan walked up and sniffed. He pressed his nose against the leaves and sniffed them carefully. Although the leaves looked the same, the smell of the leaves seemed to be slightly different from Old Man Lan's. Zheng Tan had seen the sheriff nibbling on the leaves of the orchids at Tsinghua University. He had also sniffed the flowers and leaves carefully, so he remembered the smell of the leaves. After sniffing, Zheng Tan squatted in place and thought. He felt that there was something strange about this flower. Could it be a new species? Or could it be one of those flowers that Zheng Tan had never seen or smelled before? Should he dig some up for Old Man Lan to study? However, he remembered that Old Man Lan said that this flower liked to live in groups and had developed roots. What if the roots were all connected together? Zheng Tan didn't have the energy to dig it out bit by bit. Looking at the area where the flowers were, there was too much grass around it. It would probably be difficult to dig it out. Zheng Tan thought it was troublesome. Even if he couldn't dig out the big ones, he could dig out some small and scattered ones. Zheng Tan walked around the large clump of flowers. He walked to a spot and pressed his nose against the leaves to sniff. He really did find a lot of problems. The smell of the leaves here wasn't exactly the same. Some smelled like the leaves at Old Man Lan's place, and some smelled like the leaves beside the flowers just now. Therefore, if Zheng Tan wanted to dig some up for Old Man Lan to study, he had to find something similar to the flowers just now. Looking around, Zheng Tan found a rusty iron fork. There were also some instant noodle boxes and other trash around. They were probably left here by tourists during the Golden Week. Zheng Tan didn't have the mood to look down on those who left trash everywhere. He started digging for the sprouts. For someone like Zheng Tan who didn't pay attention to flowers and plants, digging up grass was a torment. If Old Man Lon saw how roughly Zheng Tan dug up the grass, he would definitely raise his eyebrows and yell, "What nonsense!" While Zheng Tan was working hard on the sprouts, the two people who went to look for the monkeys were talking on the phone. "I told you not to worry. When I came over, those monkeys were having fun on their own again. It's really fine. Chi Dada is here. He's having fun with the other monkeys." Chi Dada looked at the person on the phone with accusation in his eyes. "Which I saw him having fun." Unfortunately, the person on the phone couldn't understand Chi Dada's gaze at all. He continued chatting with the person on the phone. "Cat. I didn't see the black cat." "Okay, I'll be careful. I'll inform you if I see it." At the hotel on the mountain, the hotel owner hung up the phone and told Pei Liang what he heard on the phone. Chi Dada didn't cause any trouble? That's surprising. Pei Liang knew his monkeys very well. But now that they said they didn't see the cat, it was strange. They probably didn't catch it. That black coal is very slippery. Mao wasn't worried anymore. "Let's go take a look." Pei Liang decided to go take a look himself. "Okay, I've rested enough anyway." Mao also got up. After leaving the hotel, Pei Liang brought Mao to Chi Dada. Zheng Tan looked at the two connected sprouts that he had dug up. He had taken them from the big pile. There were only 5 leaves. Together with the 2 new leaves at the bottom, they could barely count as 7 leaves. The roots of the 2 sprouts were broken. Looking at their pitiful state, he didn't know if these 2 sprouts would die. Since he had already dug them out, it was a pity to leave them here. He found a vine and carried the sprouts on his back. Zheng Tan rushed up from the bottom of the slope. When he climbed up the slope, a leaf was broken. It couldn't be helped. The leaf was too long. It was 30 to 40 centimeters long. Zheng Tan didn't pay attention when he was climbing up the slope. He was lucky enough to break such a leaf. After going up, Zheng Tan turned back to look at the bottom of the slope. Because of the angle, he couldn't see the flowers that were blooming below. He could only smell the fragrance from below from the occasional changes in the mountain wind. The changes in the direction of the mountain, coupled with Zheng Tan's cat nose that was more sensitive than a human's, allowed him to find this place. In addition, the flowers here didn't bloom frequently. Therefore, even if people knew that there were orchids here, they didn't see them bloom. They thought it was the same as the orchids that many people in the village raised and didn't have a high price. They didn't think it was worthwhile to take the risk of climbing up the slope to dig them up. Zheng Tan also didn't think it was valuable. In addition, he really didn't appreciate flowers. He didn't feel guilty about torturing the sprouts like this. He carried them on his back and left. After identifying the direction and listening to the movements of the monkeys, Zheng Tan went in that direction. Just as Zheng Tan was about to return to the place where the monkeys were playing baseball, he heard human voices. Among them was Mao's noisy voice. Zheng Tan took down the sprouts on his back and put them aside. He shook off the vines and waited there. After Mao and the others found Chi Dada, they quickly found Zheng Tan. "Hey, Black Coal, where did you pull the grass from?" Mao asked as he came up and flipped the 2 sprouts of grass that had been tormented. "Let's go. It's getting late. We'll go down the mountain and go back." Pei Liang comforted Chi Dada. He knew that this guy had probably been wronged. Fortunately, he didn't see any injuries on his body. "Okay." Mao responded and got up to leave. Then he found that his trousers were hooked and there was a hole in it. He lowered his head and looked at the cat's claws that had torn his trousers. Mao turned around and looked at Zheng Tan. "What's wrong with you?" Zheng Tan looked at the 2 sprouts. "Bring them." Mao picked up the 2 sprouts. "They won't survive, right?" No matter what, it wasn't troublesome to bring 2 sprouts. Gong Qin even found a bag and wrapped the roots of the sprouts. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, it looked better this way. It was also convenient to bring them along, so that they wouldn't accidentally destroy the roots. After they went down the mountain, an old man from Pei Liang's family took care of the 2 sprouts of Zheng Tan. He thought that Mao had found them from the mountain. He even used a small flower pot. Can they survive? Mao asked the old man who helped to take care of the black rice when he went downstairs. They should be able to. This thing is easy to take care of. The old man didn't care. Do you think there's anything special about this grass? Nothing special. It's just a relatively common orchid. Many people here grow it. There are many in our yard, the old man said. They were in a tourist area. There were always people moving around. There were also many people who went up the mountain and went deeper. They had never heard of any rare species of orchids being found. Mao looked at the place where the old man was pointing. There were quite a lot of orchids. It looked about the same. He didn't understand why the cat would bring the grass back. Was it to eat it? Zheng Tan stayed at Pei Liang's house for 4 days. Every day he went to check on the orchids that were taken care of by the old man. It looked like they were alive. It was worth his effort to dig them up. Chapter 288. After Zheng Tan came back, he quickly forgot about the orchids on the balcony. At first, he didn't know how to give the orchids to Old Man Lan, but after a while he forgot about it. Usually, only Jiao Ma would water the small pot of orchids and take care of them. Until one day, Old Man Lan came to ask about it. Old Man Lan bumped into Gong Qin when he was taking a stroll after dinner. While they were chatting, Gong Qin told him about the things that happened during her trip. To her, it was quite interesting to see a cat plucking an orchid and letting it come back. However, under Mao's instructions, she didn't mention it outside. She only mentioned it in front of Old Man Lan, because the two of them were talking about flowers and plants, and accidentally let it slip. Hence, out of curiosity, Old Man Lan went straight to the 5th floor. At that moment, only Jiao Ma was at home in the Jiao family. Little Pomelo was called over by her classmates to help with the competition questions. Jiao Yuan was playing basketball with his friends. Jiao Pa was still busy. Jiao Ma saw Professor Lan panting heavily, and quickly poured him a glass of water. She was worried that something might happen to the old man. What's wrong, Professor Lan? After getting to know him better, Jiao Ma wasn't as afraid of Professor Lan as before. She spoke more casually, but when she saw Professor Lan in this state, she couldn't help but worry. The first thing that came to her mind was, did my cat get into trouble? Did it nibble on some expensive flower? If Zheng Tan knew what Jiao Ma was thinking, he would probably die of frustration. It was all because of the sheriff. Climbing up to the 5th floor in one breath, and in a hurry at that. With Old Man Lan's physique, it was inevitable that he would be panting from exhaustion, and his throat would hurt. After drinking some water, he felt much better. Without resting, he asked directly, "Charcoal brought back a pot of orchids a few days ago?" Jiao Ma didn't expect this. She immediately felt relieved. She brought Old Man Lan to the balcony to see the pot of orchids. "This is the pot." Jiao Ma pointed it out to Old Man Lan. Zheng Tan accompanied little Pomelo out of the house and took a stroll outside. As soon as he entered the house, he heard Old Man Lan's irritable voice. He suddenly remembered the tragic state of the pot of orchids on the balcony. Based on his understanding of Old Man Lan, that smelly old man would definitely flip out. Therefore, Zheng Tan hesitated whether he should leave the house and go out for a walk. But then he remembered that Jiao Ma was the only one at home, and he wasn't sure if she could handle Old Man Lan's bad temper. Forget it, he had to face it eventually. Zheng Tan braced himself and walked into the room. He poked his head out to take a look at the door, and was caught by Old Man Lan, who had just turned around. "Black charcoal. Get over here." Old Man Lan roared. Jiao Ma's heart was in her throat again. She couldn't help but worry. Zheng Tan slowly walked to the balcony. "Did you gnaw on this leaf?" "No, there's no bite mark." "Did you break this leaf?" "Aya, how can you do this? This can't go on." It wasn't clear whether he was criticizing Zheng Tan, or the person who planted the flowers. Jiao Ma stood awkwardly at the side. In fact, she really wanted to say, "Isn't it just a pot of ordinary orchids? Is there a need to make such a big fuss?" But when she thought of Old Man Lan's temper, she held herself back. Zheng Tan felt that Old Man Lan was suddenly possessed by mania. His words were illogical. All he did was circle around the pot of orchids. His words and actions revealed his heartache for the pot of orchids. It was as if a piece of his flesh had been dug out. Zheng Tan sneered in his heart. Although Old Man Lan was heartbroken over the pot of orchids that the sheriff had gnawed on, He didn't seem to be this heartbroken. It was obvious how important iron was to Old Man Lon. When Old Man Lan's mania subsided, the old man seemed to have made a decision. I'll take care of this pot of orchids for you for a while before bringing it back, Old Man Lon said to Jiaoma. After that he looked at Zheng Tan. Jiaoma also looked at Zheng Tan. Then she said to Old Man Lon, "No problem, you can take it. I'll carry it down for you." "It's fine. I can still carry such a small pot of orchids." Old Man Lon blocked Jiaoma's hand and carried the pot himself. When he left, he even snorted at Zheng Tan. When Jiao Pa came back at night and found out about this, he didn't have any objections to Old Man Lon moving the pot of orchids away. After all, he didn't know how to take care of flowers. Taking care of flowers was also a skill. "I'm just worried that Black Charcoal will throw a tantrum. Didn't Air Mouse say that Black Charcoal found this pot of orchids and brought it back?" Jiao Ma said. "Don't worry. Black Charcoal won't throw a tantrum. You know, if a cat really wants to protect its food, no one can easily take it away from its mouth. Similarly, if a cat really cares about the pot of orchids and wants to keep it at home, Black Charcoal will definitely protect it like its own private stash." Obviously, Jiao Pa knew Zheng Tan better than Old Man Lon. After Old Man Lon moved the pot of orchids downstairs, Zheng Tan rarely saw Old Man Lon for the next few days. He didn't see Old Man Lon coming downstairs to chat with his old friends when he went out for a walk after dinner. Zheng Tan happened to hear a few old professors talking about Old Man Lon. They said that Old Man Lon had recently become obsessed with orchids. He was only interested in a pot of orchids that were only worth a few dozen RMB or less. When he came back from his walk and went upstairs, Zheng Tan saw that the door of Old Man Lan's house was open, so he walked in. In the house, old Madame Zhai was sweeping the floor. When she saw Zheng Tan, she immediately smiled and waved at Zheng Tan, indicating that Zheng Tan should go in and play. With old Madame Zhai around, Old Man Lon wouldn't get mad. Therefore, Zheng Tan didn't have to worry that Old Man Lon would fly into a rage if he provoked him. Old Man Lon was in the study room, wearing reading glasses and flipping through a book. At the same time, he was writing something in a notebook. He was mumbling something in a low voice. Zheng Tan didn't hear what he was saying clearly. He didn't understand the meaning of the words that he heard. After old Madame Zhai finished sweeping the floor, she sat on the sofa to rest. When she saw Zheng Tan standing at the door of the study room and looking in, she whispered to Zheng Tan, telling him not to disturb Old Man Lon. Then she patted the sofa next to her. Zheng Tan jumped onto the sofa and sat next to old Madame Zhai, listening to her nagging in a low voice. "Sai, Black Charcoal, what kind of orchid did you bring back? Old Man Lon has been researching it for a few days. Recently, he has been talking about it in his sleep, even in his dreams. He stays in the study room all day long and looks for information. He even forgets to eat. Every time, I have to wake him up and drag him over to eat. I also have to urge him to sleep." Old Madame Zhai wasn't blaming Zheng Tan. She was just expressing her feelings. Anyway, similar situations had happened many times in the past. As an old couple for decades, old Madame Zhai knew Old Man Lon quite well. Zheng Tan's heart moved. Hearing old Madame Zhai's words, the orchid was indeed different. Zheng Tan could notice the difference because he saw the flower and smelled the scent. The scent on the leaves was also one of the ways to identify the difference. However, could a person distinguish and determine the difference between leaves just by smell? Based on Zheng Tan's understanding of these old science and technology professors, they should be looking for more direct evidence. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that Old Man Lon saw the difference from the leaves of the grass. Or he saw the difference in the roots when he changed the flower pot? Anyway, Zheng Tan didn't have such ability. Even the few old people in Pei Liang's house didn't notice it. He could only say that this was a real expert. Zheng Tan was listening to old Madame Zhai's words when he saw 3 old men coming in. They were the few old professors who lived in the same quad and often chatted with Old Man Lon. "Old Lon, have you found anything?" A loud old man shouted toward the study room. "What are you shouting for?" Old Man Lon took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. He stood up and walked to the living room. When he saw Zheng Tan lying on the sofa, he raised his eyebrows. He didn't say anything and directly asked the old men who came in, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb me. The three old men were already used to Old Man Lan's way of speaking. They weren't angry and even smiled at Zheng Tan. Black Charcoal, hurry up and eat Old Man Lan's orchid pot. I'll give you a bowl of small yellow croaker for every leaf you eat. The other two old men didn't leave him behind. I'll give you 2 bowls. Including me, I'll give you 2 bowls for every leaf you eat. That'll make it 5 bowls. Black Charcoal, go. Zheng Tan. Go your ass. One of the old men wandered around and looked at the orchid pot. He then looked at the other pots of iron and shook his head. I really don't know what you're thinking about. Aren't they all the same? Anyway, they all look the same to me. Another old man said. Hey, will it bloom next year? Then we'll be able to see the difference. The third old man asked. Old Man Long glanced at them. Next year? Dream on. It'll take at least 3 to 4 years for this pot of flower to bloom, maybe even longer. Hearing this, Zheng Tan withered instantly. He was still full of anticipation. If he had known this would happen, he would have dug up the one that had already bloomed. Just to save some effort, he would have to wait for a long time. He didn't know how long it would take, and it might take 8 to 10 years before it bloomed. Who would remember this pot of orchid by then? However, Zheng Tan's withered mood came and went quickly. He wasn't particularly interested in this anyway. He was just curious about the flower and felt that there was something unusual about it. Who cares? He'll continue to give Old Man Lon a headache. No matter how those old professors who were experts in their own field, but were illiterate in the field of orchids insulted Old Man Lon. Old Man Lon only had a sour expression on his face. He didn't really care about what these illiterates said. That would be asking for trouble. Old Man Lon also couldn't ask Zheng Tan anything. He knew that he couldn't get anything out of a cat, so he went to the opposite door to look for Air Mao a few times to ask about the environment in which the flower grew. Unfortunately, Air Mao didn't know anything. Old Man Lon didn't find much useful information after flipping through the files at home for a few days. Now he just hoped that these 2 seedlings would bloom, and he would be closer to the truth. After discovering the suspicious points on the leaves of the orchid, Old Man Lon decided to raise these 2 seedlings for a few more years until they bloomed. Yesterday, he even went to discuss it with Professor Jiao. Professor Jiao waved his hand and said, "You don't have to feel burdened to continue raising them. It's a waste to leave them at home." Zheng Tan didn't want to stay on the sofa and listen to these old men's nonsense anymore. He went out and prepared to go downstairs for a walk. After a few steps, he heard a click from the door on the first floor. Then 2 people came up. One was Air Mao, and the other sounded very familiar. Soon, Zheng Tan came face to face with the people upstairs. Oh, isn't this that Brother Beast? Why did Brother Beast come all the way from Pearl City to Chuhua City? However, Brother Beast didn't seem to be in a good state. When Zheng Tan was looking at Qin Tao also saw Zheng Tan. Chapter 289. Every time Qin Tao ran out, it was because he quarreled with his family. Last time he was kicked to Chuhua because of his temper. This time Qin Tao ran out on his own. Because of this, his parents were so angry that they broke several phones. Now that Qin Tao had changed to a new card in Chuhua City, it was to avoid being held accountable. As for coming to Chuhua, one was to see Air Mao's girlfriend, and the other was to relax. In Qin Tao's own words, he was unhappy, so he came to chat with his brothers. When he came to Chuhua, Qin Tao went straight to Air Mao. He didn't even go to his uncle's place. Some relatives got along well, while others were at odds with each other. To save time, Qin Tao didn't want to see any of them. When he saw Zheng Tan, Qin Tao was very happy. When he went upstairs, he called Zheng Tan over for dinner. He bought a lot of food before he came. Now Air Mao's study room was cleaned out, and there was a single bed. When Qin Tao saw it, he winked at Air Mao. The 2 of them are sleeping in separate rooms. Air Mao gave him the middle finger. It's for black rice. As if I'd believe you. Do you want me to take you in? I'll ask Black Rice to make room for you. No need. I have a house in Chuhua. Besides, I have someone to accompany me at night. There are many little fairies who want to accompany me. Qin Tao didn't want to talk about his family. Air Mao asked him if he had any trouble, but Qin Tao didn't want to talk about it. So Mao just talked about the fun of traveling a while ago to liven up the atmosphere. Zheng Tan was bored and watched Black Rice play with toys. Black Rice had gained a lot of weight. If Black Rice had a belly like before, people would suspect that it was pregnant again. Speaking of kittens, when Mao brought Black Rice to the pet center for regular checkups, someone tried to persuade him to sterilize Black Rice. However, Mao refused. Since he didn't want to sterilize Black Rice, Mao turned his attention to peanut candy. Unfortunately, not only did he fail to cut off Peanut Candy's penis, he even got scratched by Peanut Candy's paw. Thus, the conflict between man and cat escalated, and they didn't get along when they met. Pa! The sound of the lighter hitting the ground scared Black Rice so much that it jumped up from the sofa and ran into the room to hide next to Gong Qin. It then looked at the people in the living room cautiously. Zheng Tan looked over. The lighter that was thrown on the ground was Qin Tao's. This guy wanted to smoke just now, but he couldn't ignite the lighter after trying a few times. In a fit of anger, he threw it directly. However, the quality of the lighter was pretty good. Even after throwing it so hard, he didn't see any parts falling off. They probably couldn't hit it because they ran out of gas. However, even if there was no oil, Qin Tao wouldn't throw the lighter away in anger. Looking at Mao's shocked face, he obviously didn't expect Qin Tao to have such a reaction. Is this guy suffering from mania? When Zheng Tan saw Brother Beast for the first time today, he felt that there was something wrong with this guy. He could feel that this person's aura wasn't very comfortable. Zheng Tan's impression of Brother Beast had always been that he didn't do his job properly, but at least he wasn't manic. Just like when Zheng Tan first met Brother Beast, he didn't get angry even though Brother Beast had tricked him into a pile of bird poop due to his stupid tailing skills. Also, when he went to normal university, Brother Beast was beaten up like a pig's head, but he wasn't this manic either. Some people were like a volcano erupting when they were angry, and their actions were obvious. But some people looked very calm when they were angry. Zheng Tan remembered that when Brother Beast was tricked into leaving in a smashed car after being beaten up, his face was also relatively calm. Even if this kind of person wasn't very smart, he knew how to restrain himself. He didn't seem like the kind of person who was easily impulsive. So when he saw Brother Beast fly into a rage because his hand was caught, he was very surprised. Did this guy's menopause come early, or did it happen a few days every month? Mao and Qin Tao grew up together and knew each other very well. He never knew that Qin Tao was the kind of person who would fly into a rage over something so trivial. Because of their background, people like them knew how to restrain themselves, especially in front of their elders. After all, their future was closely related to their elders' impression of them. Moreover, the higher you went, the more you had to know how to restrain yourself and disguise yourself. Mao waved his hand at Gong Qin, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Then he said to Qin Tao, "Beast, what's wrong with you?" Qin Tao scratched his head in annoyance. "Nothing, I've been in a bad mood recently." He probably felt that he shouldn't be like this, so he turned to look at Gong Qin, who was comforting Black Rice in the room, and forced a smile. "Sorry, I didn't control my emotions well." "Are you really okay?" Mao asked. "I'm fine." Seeing that Qin Tao really didn't want to talk about it, Mao didn't ask anymore. Although he didn't pay much attention to Qin Tao's situation, according to his previous understanding, Qin Tao's mood should be affected by his family matters. He suppressed it for too long, so his emotions were unstable. There were many people in Qin Tao's family who didn't like him, especially people like Qin Tao, who many people thought was a good-for-nothing playboy. "It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. I'll take you out tonight to relax." Mao looked at Zheng Tan again. "Black charcoal, let's go out and play tonight." Zheng Tan was studying Haimi's toy mouse. Once the furry mouse was wound up, it kept rolling around. It made Zheng Tan itch to slap it or press on its neck. It was rare for Haimi to have so much fun playing with it. Hearing Mao's words, Zheng Tan glanced over. Going out to play tonight, it was most likely going to triumph. He had nothing to do at night anyway, so it didn't matter if he went out to play. Gong Qin didn't go with them this time. She stayed at home to play with Black Rice and let the two men have a good talk. After the Jiao family finished dinner, Mao went upstairs to find Zheng Tan. Xiaoma didn't say anything when she heard that they were going to triumph. She was already used to this kind of thing. Therefore, the two men walked to triumph leisurely. They didn't drive, since it wasn't too far away. Moreover, they would definitely drink, which would make it difficult to drive. Hearing that Zheng Tan also had a private room in Triumph, Qin Tao said that he would go to Zheng Tan's room to play and experience the fun of the cat room. However, Qin Tao's good mood disappeared when he arrived at Hengwu Plaza. I was wondering who it was, so it's my cousin. A well-dressed handsome young man came over with a beauty in his arms. Qin Tao's cousin and Qin Tao didn't have a good relationship. Usually, they would mock and ridicule each other. Today, he brought a female student from a nearby high school to buy things here. He didn't expect to meet Qin Tao, so he immediately blurted out those sarcastic words. If it was the old Qin Tao, he would probably still smile and mock back. But now Qin Tao's mood was not right. His originally smiling face immediately became gloomy. Seeing Qin Tao like this, the handsome young man still didn't intend to let him go. I say, cousin, you can't survive in Pearl City, so why did you come here? Oh, right, I forgot that you are still in the reflection period. I advise you to go to the hospital to have your brain checked. Mental illness is not a minor illness. Don't go crazy. When it's grandfather's birthday, there will be a lot of big shots. Don't make a fool of yourself like you did at second uncle's place. It's not a big deal if you lose face, but don't make everyone lose face with you. What the F***ck are you talking about? Are you courting death? Qin Tao rolled up his sleeves and wanted to beat him up, but he was stopped by Mao. Mao knew that Qin Tao's cousin's IQ wasn't high. He might not be better than others when it came to playing mind games. He was just asking for a beating. But this kind of person was easier to deal with. He wasn't like those people who hid everything deep. Thus, there was no need to take this kind of person seriously. It was just a matter of talking. Why did he have to make a move? If he made a move, he would be in a weak position. In that case, it would give others an excuse to criticize Qin Tao. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? You don't want to admit that you made a fool of yourself. Is your brain broken? Did your illness worsen? Did you take your medicine on time today? Qin Tao's cousin added. But when he saw that Qin Tao's expression wasn't right, he was worried that Qin Tao had gone crazy again. He still had a look of disdain on his face. Then he raised his chin and was about to leave with the beauty in his arms. Who knew that he stepped on something and slipped, falling face first to the ground. Qin Tao's cousin wasn't short, nor was he thin. When he fell, the beauty in his arms wanted to pull him up. Unfortunately, her delicate body was limited. In addition, the nearly 10 centimeters high heels weren't strong enough. The two of them fell to the ground together and were in a very sorry state. Some of the surrounding crowd saw this. The adults were fine, but the children didn't know what it meant to offend people. They directly laughed out loud. Qin Tao, who was being pulled by Mao like a fire-breathing dragon, was itching to rush out and fight. When he saw this, his anger instantly disappeared. He laughed out loud, laughing until his face was a little distorted. Zheng Tan at the side looked like an outsider. In fact, he just saw a child running by with a box of marbles. The box wasn't closed tightly, and one of the marbles fell out. The marbles rolled to Zheng Tan's feet. Zheng Tan casually pushed it at Qin Tao's cousin's feet. It was just a test. The result showed that Zheng Tan's luck wasn't bad. Or it could be said that Qin Tao's cousin's luck was too bad. The poor girl in his arms was implicated by Qin Tao. She was still wearing a miniskirt. Compared to the result of Zhuo Xiaomao's trick, Qin Tao's cousin was considered lucky. Even if he fell, it was only a scratch. It wasn't a big deal. It wasn't like Zhang Dong, who was hurt by Zhuo Xiaomao. After the two people got up and left, Qin Tao was still squatting there laughing until tears came out of his eyes. Seeing Qin Tao like this, Zheng Tan's beard trembled. This person was really like a crazy person. Didn't he see the child next to him retreat like he saw Godzilla? Looking at the guy who was squatting on the ground laughing, Mao's eyes were filled with worry. You beast, there's something wrong with you. Mao said seriously. What's wrong? I just wanted to laugh when I saw that guy. That guy was asking for a beating. If it wasn't for my grandfather's birthday and I didn't want to cause trouble, I would have already beaten him into a pig's head. But you almost hit him just now. Air Mao looked at Qin Tao. Brother, what's wrong with you? Forget it, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to Triumph first. This time, Air Mao really wanted to have a good chat with Qin Tao, pushing the conflicted Qin Tao towards Triumph. Air Mao gave Zheng Tan a thumbs up. Obviously, Zheng Tan's small movements just now were all seen by Air Mao. Looking at Qin Tao's back, Zheng Tan thought to himself, this guy can't really have a mental problem, right? In the past, this guy was quite normal. Although he was a little stupid, but his temperament shouldn't have changed so much. He also didn't hear Air Mao say that something big happened to Qin Tao that provoked him. Could it be that long-term stress caused his personality to be seriously deformed, causing him to be easily happy and angry? Chapter 290. Zheng Tan's private room was not used much, but someone would clean it every day. Sometimes they would find some new decorations. Zheng Tan was not interested in those little things, so he did not pay much attention to them. Air Mao, on the other hand, was pinching this and that, muttering that it would go to the pet center to see if there were any similar toys for Black Rice. After walking around once, Qin Tao said, coming here to play also has a different kind of fun. Unfortunately, there are only 2 men in this room. Oh, 3 men. Black charcoal is one of them. Unfortunately, cats are very territorial and will not allow strangers to enter. Air Mao said like a cat expert. Zheng Tan complained in his heart. He really did not care about calling Meng Yo over to liven up the atmosphere, really. After ordering some things, Air Mao did not beat around the bush. He had to find out what happened to Qin Tao. You know, even if you don't say it now, I think I will find out soon, Air Mao said. In order to calm Qin Tao down, Air Mao did not order any alcohol. There were only some tea and ice water on the coffee table. After drinking a glass of ice water, Qin Tao pinched his eyebrows, sighed, and briefly explained his situation. The symptoms started 2 months ago, or maybe even longer. Qin Tao only realized that something was wrong about 2 months ago. He knew that his temperament was changing. He was easily angry and impulsive. Sometimes, he would get angry because of small things. Because it was difficult to control his emotions, he fought more and more with people. Many times, before his brain could react, his fists had already been swung. When he thought about what he said, he always felt that his brain must have gone haywire. Because of Qin Tao's behavior, his family became more and more disappointed in him. Qin Tao did not give many people the impression that he was not very optimistic. Now, with this more negative side, his life became more difficult. The reflection period that Qin Tao's cousin talked about originated from a dinner party held by one of Qin Tao's elders. Some friends and famous people in the industry were invited, and some people brought their unmarried children for a walk to see if they liked each other. Originally, there were also some people who went after Qin Tao. Unfortunately, because Qin Tao had a dispute with someone at the banquet, Qin Tao beat the other party up and sent him to the hospital. If it weren't for someone stopping the fight at that time, the other party would probably be in an even more miserable state, or even have his life in danger. This made Qin Tao's family even more disappointed. Many people who had brought their daughters over had blacklisted Qin Tao. Such a person who seemed to have a bad temper and was violent was too dangerous. There were many famous people watching at the banquet, and it was precisely because of Qin Tao's matter that the elder couldn't let go of his face, and became very angry afterwards. Even Qin Tao's parents were scolded, so Qin Tao was ordered to reflect properly. For a period of time, some people who didn't like Qin Tao spread rumors that Qin Tao was taking drugs. Even though Qin Tao's father had dealt with the news, in some people's hearts, they still felt that Qin Tao was either mentally ill or on drugs. Qin Tao's father even got someone to do a drug test for Qin Tao, and the test results were negative. Although Qin Tao's innocence was cleared, Qin Tao felt that his self-esteem was insulted. At this age, he was forced to do a drug test, and he was so angry that he smashed everything in the house that could be smashed. Qin Tao's father even planned to lock Qin Tao up for a thorough examination, but Qin Tao escaped when he heard the news. He turned around and reflected, and returned to Chuhua City. It wasn't that Qin Tao didn't suspect that someone was trying to harm him, but he didn't find any evidence. Probably because of the glass of ice water that calmed his mind, and because there was only Air Mao and Zheng Tan here. Qin Tao's heart wasn't so tense, and his mood relaxed a little. However, when he talked about those things, Zhang Tan could still hear the suppressed emotions in Qin Tao's words. When you did the drug test at that time, didn't they find anything else? Mao asked. Qin Tao shook his head. I also took blood and sent it for a test. They said that my bodily functions were a little messed up, but this could also be caused by emotions. But you still suspect that someone is trying to harm you? Mao said. It was a statement, not a question. Indeed, I'm such an optimistic and carefree person. How could my personality change so drastically for no reason? Although I like to play and play like crazy, it's not like I don't have vigilance. At this point, Qin Tao paused and glanced to the side. Zhang Tan looked at him quietly, silently mocking Qin Tao's, not like I don't have vigilance. Back at Normal University, who was the one who was beaten up like a pig because of a phone call? Ahem, most of the time, my vigilance is still very strong. Qin Tao obviously remembered that incident and felt a little guilty. He changed his words and continued. At first, when I felt that there was something wrong with my mentality and emotions, I paid attention to what I usually ate, but I didn't find anything wrong. What I ate, others also ate. They also asked me to see a psychiatrist, but I know that I don't have that illness. I asked someone to check all the teacups and food, and there was nothing wrong with them. Other than Mao, Qin Tao had other friends who helped him check. Those people were absolutely reliable and wouldn't betray Qin Tao. They even checked the teacups and food used by Qin Tao's girlfriend who had sex with him in Pearl City, and found nothing abnormal. Sometimes I feel that I have a psychological problem. Qin Tao rubbed his face hard and laughed at himself. If it was confirmed that Qin Tao had a mental problem, it might be more difficult for Qin Tao to survive in the future. After all, other than his parents, the elders in his family wouldn't give much help to a person with a mental problem. At most, they would give him some money out of pity. Talents with a bright future would be vigorously supported. Even if Qin Tao looked like a playboy before, he would at most be scolded a few times. However, if he had a mental problem, he would be directly banished to the cold palace, and would be carefully monitored. A person who wasn't mentally ill was treated like a mental patient. Not to mention his future, Qin Tao's self-esteem couldn't accept it. As for personal protection, in the eyes of some of Qin Tao's elders, a person who couldn't even protect himself would be pulled down even if they pushed him up. Therefore, even if they suspected that Qin Tao had been set up, they wouldn't intervene. They could provide money and people. If you had money and people, but you didn't know how to use it and couldn't find anything, what would you be if you weren't a good for nothing? If I can't find out before the old man's birthday, I'll be in trouble. Qin Tao was annoyed. Zhang Tan felt that Qin Tao was quite sad. There were few trustworthy and smart friends in the place where he mingled. As for Mao and his other trustworthy friends with good IQ, they were in different places. Although they occasionally chatted on the phone, Mao's brother was very busy. Mao had been busy with his love affairs for the past 2 months, and Qin Tao didn't mention it when he called, so Mao and the others didn't know. You beast. Mao looked at Qin Tao. What? Take off your clothes. Zhang Tan and Qin Tao. What's with the look in your eyes? I just want to see if there are any suspicious marks on your body. Mao was so angry that he laughed. No needle marks. Qin Tao knew what Mao was looking for. I know you have needles just in case. Since they didn't find anything wrong with his food and drink, what about the injection? However, Qin Tao actually hated needles. Very few people knew about this. Ever since he was young, Qin Tao had always gone to the hospital because of injuries from fighting. For common colds, he would avoid injections if he could. When this guy was asleep, no matter how careful you were with injections, he would immediately wake up and punch you. However, if you were to use other things like a stick to hit him, this guy would not open his eyes if he could. The tall and mighty man couldn't say that he was afraid of needles. When he went to school to get vaccinated, Qin Tao would hold his breath and pretend to talk to others to distract himself. He would never look at the cold and slender needle in the syringe. Every time after the injection, Qin Tao would be depressed for a long time. Now many people didn't mention it. Even the cousin who didn't get along with Qin Tao didn't know that Qin Tao hated needles. Otherwise, there would be another thing to mock Qin Tao. It can't be an injection, otherwise I would have felt it. Even if I missed it once, I wouldn't miss it every time. Qin Tao said with certainty. If it wasn't those abnormal masters, the needle would inevitably penetrate the blood vessels or nerves. Qin Tao was very sensitive to needles. Mao once laughed at Qin Tao. In the past, when they went to a club for acupuncture, the master there repeatedly promised that it would never hurt. But Qin Tao jumped up and ran away after 2 needles. Moreover, Qin Tao also said that the spearhead had been there for a long time. This was a long-term process. That was to say, if someone really wanted to use this method to harm him, it wouldn't be as simple as 1 or 2 needles. So I'm annoyed. Now I gradually can't control my emotions. In the beginning, I could suppress my emotions by self-suggestion, but now I can't suppress it at all. I can become irritable once the fire ignites. Qin Tao said as he poured another glass of ice water. Qin Tao's IQ was not high. Although he was at the bottom of the class like Mao was strong in the wrong way, and Qin Tao was an out-and-out foppish person. It was hard for him to hold back until now to tell Mao. Forget it. If you can't figure it out for the time being, then don't think about it. I'll find someone to check it out. Mao said. Qin Tao directly spent the night in Mao's private room, and didn't go to the hotel. The next day, when Zheng Tan passed by the 3rd floor, the door was closed. Mao probably went out to check on Qin Tao. Although Zheng Tan wanted to help, he couldn't do anything now. During the day when there was no one at home, Zheng Tan secretly surfed the internet at home if he didn't want to go out for a walk. Or he would go to some of the colored magazines hidden by Jiao Yuan. On this day, after Zheng Tan finished reading the magazines hidden by Jiao Yuan, he glanced at a stack of other magazines on the table. These were subscribed to by Jiao Pa. Usually, Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo would also read them. Zheng Tan was suddenly interested and flipped through the top magazine. As he flipped through, Zheng Tan paused. It was a debate between experts. The so-called debate was a professional and civilized quarrel between the two sides with reasons and evidence. Will the revolution in the field of hypodermic injection finally lead to victory? Needleless injection, also known as jet injection, referred to the use of mechanical devices to generate an instantaneous high pressure to push the medicine to form a high-pressure jet. It passed through the skin at high speed and directly diffused into the subcutaneous or muscle tissue. The jet was extremely fast, some even faster than the speed of sound. Because it was so fast, people would not feel pain. The injection time was only 0.3 seconds or even less, and the depth of penetration into the body was limited. It would not penetrate the blood vessels or nerves, which was difficult to avoid with traditional needles, and the stimulation to the nerve endings was very small. The revolution of medical injection technology had evolved this kind of needleless syringe from the Big Brother to the size of an ordinary pen. However, the price was not acceptable to the public, and there were even fewer of them in the country. Chapter 291. Zheng Tan didn't conclude that the needleless syringe had anything to do with Qin Tao's poisoning just because of this. He flipped through the arguments of the experts and found that some of them had come up with all kinds of negative evidence. The needleless syringe was injected by pressure. It didn't have the slender needle of an ordinary syringe. However, not all injectors felt nothing. The feeling of injection varied from person to person. Some people didn't feel anything, while others felt like they were flicked by someone's hand. The effect of the injection was also different. 30% of the injectors didn't leave any traces, 50% had red spots on their body after the injection, and 20% had bleeding after the injection. Perhaps these data weren't so accurate, but at least it showed that there might be some connection. If Qin Tao had found similar traces on his body, then the possibility was high. Zheng Tan spent the whole day at home studying the magazines in Jiao Yuan. After flipping through several magazines, only 2 of them mentioned needleless injections. Zheng Tan looked at them carefully and speculated with his low IQ. It was indeed possible. If only he could confirm those doubts from Qin Tao. Science magazines were indeed good things. Perhaps many of the things in the magazines were flashy in the eyes of many people, or the relevant knowledge was a little obscure, but Zheng Tan had learned a lot from these magazines. Some of them were from his own reading, and most of them were from the mouths of Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. Thinking too far ahead, Zheng Tan pulled his thoughts back and pondered how to send this unconfirmed clue to Air Mao and Qin Tao. In fact, Zheng Tan wanted to directly throw the magazine in front of Qin Tao and Air Mao and loudly say, "Look, I found a suspected clue." Unfortunately, Zheng Tan couldn't. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan put away the magazine in Jiao Yuan and ran to the small forest on the edge of the community. He turned on his phone. Zheng Tan had heard Qin Tao's phone number before. After coming to Chuhua, Qin Tao changed his number. When he called someone in triumph, the other party couldn't see the caller ID, so Qin Tao told him the number. Zheng Tan didn't know if his memory was correct, so he decided to give it a try. When the phone was turned on, it was the same as usual. There were harassing messages and missed calls from Lu Ba, but it was much better than before. Zheng Tan waited for the various notifications on his phone to stop before he entered the number he had memorized. Zheng Tan remembered one of the numbers wrongly. Originally, Zheng Tan had planned to change the sender of the message to Air Mao if Qin Tao's number was not correct. Unexpectedly, it really worked. After trying 5 times, the person who answered the phone was finally Qin Tao. When Qin Tao shouted hello, he seemed a little impatient and could not hide his irritation. After confirming it, Zheng Tan hung up directly. He did not care about Qin Tao's reaction on the other side, and directly began to edit the message. With his paw on the button, Zheng Tan stopped again. How should he write? Zheng Tan poked his head out of the tree hole and looked around to see if he could find some advertising slogans. Occasionally, people would come by to post advertisements for fitness clubs or opticians. Zheng Tan planned to use them as a reference. Unexpectedly, when he looked around, Zheng Tan saw an advertisement pasted on a tree. It looked like a new one. Zheng Tan did not come over much these days, so he did not know. He carefully looked at the advertising slogans. XX Hospital 3-minute dreamy painless abortion gives you the safest guarantee. After taking a look, Zheng Tan shrank back and started to edit the message with his paw in the tree hole. Qin Tao, who was secretly discussing the results of the investigation with Air Mao, heard his phone ring. This ringtone was the sound of a message. Qin Tao took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. It was the number that did not ring just now. Qin Tao frowned and opened the message. The 3rd generation of SB needleless syringe, absolutely imported. 0.3 seconds dreamy painless injection, gives you the safest guarantee. Qin Tao was speechless. Why did this sound so familiar? When he first came over, a flyer was stuffed into his hands on the street. There seemed to be similar words. Wait a minute. Needleless injection. Air Mao saw that Qin Tao's expression began to change after receiving the message. It changed from a strange expression to a serious one, and then to a murderous one. He asked, "Beast, what's wrong?" Qin Tao passed the phone to Air Mao. After reading the content of the message, Air Mao glanced at the phone number and raised his eyebrows. For SIXS. Needleless injection. I know a little about this. Air Mao slapped his forehead. If he did not see this message, he would have forgotten about this thing. I heard about it once before, but I didn't pay much attention to it at that time because of some things. This thing appeared quite early. I heard that in the year 2000, some foreign soldiers carried this type of needleless syringe with them. Their ampoules contained anti-nerve gas, biochemical weapons, and other related drugs to deal with some violations of the rules on the battlefield. However, this type of syringe is still relatively expensive even though the cost has been reduced a lot. Especially the better quality needleless syringe. It is impossible for an ordinary person to use it. It is very difficult to popularize it, and there are very few people in the country who use it. In foreign countries, patients with diseases such as diabetes often need to inject insulin, interferon, and other drugs on their own, so they use it more often. Air Mao told him what he knew and did some research. High-pressure needleless injection and professional disinfectant ensure a greater degree of sterility. If not done properly, it may cause damage to the skin to avoid infection. The injection site may be infected? Qin Tao thought about it. He once saw some signs on his back when he looked in the mirror. At that time, he did not pay much attention to it and only thought that it was an insect bite. Later, the signs disappeared and he never saw it again. Now that he thought about it, the signs did look like an infection. This kind of thing is small in size and easy to carry. Even patients with impaired vision can use it. It doesn't require much acupuncture skills. After Zheng Tan sent the text message, he was afraid that the other side would call to order. So he turned off his phone and returned to the courtyard. At night, when he saw that there were people in Air Mao's house, Zheng Tan went to take a walk. There were only Qin Tao and Air Mao, and they were discussing something. Air Mao's investigation speed was very fast, and Qin Tao's side was not idle either. Zheng Tan guessed from the words in their conversation that these two should have gained a lot. The suspects behind Qin Tao's back were also circled. The girlfriend who had sex, the caregiver who he thought he could trust, and some people who had a conflict of interest with Qin Tao. Qin Tao would never believe that the first two were not instructed by someone. As for who gave the idea, Qin Tao had some suspects in his heart. Those bastards. Qin Tao controlled his emotions, but he could not help but have blue veins on his forehead. Compared to the manic Qin Tao, this guy was now considered calm, otherwise he would have flipped the table. Looking at the information in his hand, Qin Tao laughed self-deprecatingly. 3 feet of ice was not formed in a day. Zheng Tan carefully pondered this sentence. Did this mean that Qin Tao had realized his stupidity for a long time? Otherwise, how could he have been schemed against by the people around him without realizing it? Those people did this directly to cripple Qin Tao. When those who could support him were disappointed, if Qin Tao still courted death, his future would be clouded and would never be clear again. He did not know if Qin Tao would change after this incident. Zheng Tan could not watch Air Mao and Qin Tao every day to see the progress of the investigation. He could only speculate how things were going by the expressions and aura of Air Mao and Qin Tao when he occasionally saw them. Looking at the recent performance of these two people, the progress should be smooth. On this day, Zheng Tan went to the kindergarten to watch the children in Zhuo Kitten's class show off their skills. During the talent show class, some children who were 3 years old or younger stood in front of the classroom one by one to show off their skills. There were quite a lot of children who memorized the 3-character classic and ancient poems at such a young age. Zheng Tan did not know if it was because children nowadays were precocious or because of education, but they were much better than he was when he was young. Although he could not remember what he was like when he was young, he heard people say that he could not compare to the children here. As for Zhuo Kitten, this little guy did not seem to be interested in showing off his skills at all. When Zheng Tan did not come, he held his chin in a daze. When Zheng Tan came closer, he walked to the window where Zheng Tan was. Sometimes he would whisper to Zheng Tan. After the talent show class, it was free time. The children mostly went to the slide and other places. Zhuo Kitten followed Zheng Tan and talked to him. He talked non-stop, and Zheng Tan was only responsible for listening. A man and a cat stood in the corner. Suddenly they heard a voice. "Hey, Black Charcoal. Whose kid is this? Are you two familiar with each other?" Qin Tao was in a better mood now. He had found someone to share, and found some things. The questions and frustrations that had been bottled up in his heart for a long time now had an outlet. He did not have to worry about holding it in until he went crazy. Now that he saw Zheng Tan, he was still in the mood to joke. After Qin Tao walked over, he sat on the edge of the flower bed next to the fence, and looked at the child standing next to Zheng Tan in the courtyard. Seeing that the child was not afraid of him, Qin Tao had a rare thought of teasing him. He knew that his temperament had changed greatly after he was hit, and it was hard to control. Many children and animals were more sensitive to the inexplicable irritable aura around him. They would avoid it if they could, and if they could not avoid it, they would be a little timid. But the child in front of him was not. "Little guy, what's your name?" Qin Tao asked. "Kitten." "Oh, that's a good name, but it's not as nice as my name." Zheng Tan looked at Qin Tao from the corner of his eyes. This man was almost 30 years old, but he let the 3-year-old Zhuo Kitten call him brother. Usually, when these children saw Air Mao, they would directly call him uncle. Qin Tao crossed his legs and waited for Zhuo Kitten to take the initiative to ask for his name. Unfortunately, Zhuo Kitten did not show any interest. "You're not afraid of me?" Qin Tao asked again. Zhuo Kitten shook her head. "Why? Your brother Black's friend." "I'm not afraid," Zhuo Kitten said. After listening for a long time and understanding the meaning of Zhuo Kitten's words, Qin Tao was even more curious, But he did not ask again. I'm being bullied. Can you help me scold the bad guys? If you scold me, I'll buy you a bag of lollipops. Qingtao said as he took out a cigarette from his pocket. After lighting it, he blew smoke rings. Zhua Kitten gently bit her finger. Scold what? Qingtao. Come, take a deep breath and repeat after me. They're all a bunch of bastards.